hollow stem that acts like a natural drinking straw, pulling moisture from soil or water as the plant grows. Stand in any traditional wet market in Bangkok on a Tuesday morning and you will see enormous stacks of this green piled higher than the vendors themselves. Every part is used. The tender shoot tips are stir-fried with garlic and oyster sauce. The thick, hollow stems are blanched and served cold with sesame oil and toasted sesame seeds. In Burmese cooking, it goes into fermented tea leaf salad. In Lao cooking, it shows up in soups. In Cambodia, it is one of the first vegetables children learn to recognize before they learn to read. This is not a niche crop. It is a food staple woven into the daily diet of billions of people across Southeast Asia, East Asia, and parts of Africa and South America. It has fed more people over more centuries than any vegetable you will find on the average Western grocery store shelf, and almost no one in the United States has ever eaten it. Here is what happens when you actually look at the nutrition data. The USDA National Nutrient Database records water spinach at 1.98 milligrams of iron per 100 grams of raw leaf. Research published through the Kabi Digital Library found iron content in the dried leaf powder reaching 210 milligrams per 100 grams. A study from the Journal of Physics assessing the nutritional content of Ipomoea aquatica found that protein in the dry leaf meal reaches 25.6%. For comparison, a standard cut of beef sirloin delivers between 2.5 and 2.7 milligrams of iron per 100 grams. Read that again slowly. At peak dried concentration, this plant delivers iron content measured not in single digits, but in hundreds of milligrams per 100 grams. Even in its raw, fresh leaf form, it competes directly with red meat. And unlike the heme iron in beef, the non-heme iron in kangkong becomes dramatically more available when paired with a simple squeeze of citrus. Research published in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition confirmed that vitamin C converts plant-based iron into its ferrous form, the version your intestine absorbs most efficiently. Nature already solved this problem. Kangkong naturally contains vitamin C. The plant packages the iron enhancer alongside the iron itself. Now here is where the story becomes something different entirely. In 2016, the USDA National Invasive Species Information Center formally listed water spinach as a federal noxious weed under the Plant Protection Act. That classification made it illegal to import water spinach into the United States or to transport it between states without a valid federal permit. By that time, states including Florida, Virginia, Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, Vermont, Washington, Oregon, and New York had each independently restricted, prohibited, or flagged it as an invasive aquatic plant pest. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission is direct about it. Their official guidance is this: because of its aggressive growth rate, never plant water spinach in Florida ponds, lakes, rivers, or canals. Possession of water spinach is prohibited without a special permit. Let that land, a plant that doctors in Southeast Asia recommend for patients with anemia, a plant that researchers in Davao City published pharmaceutical studies on for Alzheimer's treatment, a plant that Ayurvedic practitioners have used for liver health and jaundice management for centuries, a plant that delivers more iron per serving than a hamburger. That plant is illegal to possess in the state of Florida. And here is the part they do not explain in the government literature. Water spinach was not always banned in the United States. It was introduced deliberately. Researchers and agricultural agencies brought it in during the 1950s as a potential crop. They recognized exactly what communities across Asia had known for 2,000 years. This thing grows fast, yields heavily, requires almost no input, and is extraordinarily nutritious. And it escaped cultivation. It spread into waterways. It formed dense, floating mats across canals and rivers. Those mats shaded out submersed native vegetation, slowed water flow, and created stagnant zones ideal for mosquito breeding. The ecology side of the story is real. The concerns are legitimate. Water spinach in an open Florida waterway is genuinely problematic for native species. But here is where the conventional response falls apart completely. The answer to an invasive plant problem in open waterways is not to make the plant illegal to grow in a container in your backyard garden. It is not to make it impossible for health-conscious households to access one of the most iron-rich, fast-growing food plants in the world. It is not to erase a vegetable from an entire nation's culinary memory simply because it grows aggressively in unmanaged ecosystems. The scientific literature on kangkong's nutritional value is not subtle. Research published in PubMed Central through the National Institutes of Health in 2023 confirmed rich chemical and biochemical composition in Ipomoea aquatica, along with significant antioxidant activity. A 2021 PubMed Central study on lyophilized water spinach powder found antioxidant activity of 77.25% and high total phenolic content. Research from UCSI University in Malaysia documented that water spinach is used in traditional medicine specifically to treat diabetes in pregnant women, as a sedative to promote natural sleep, and as a treatment for jaundice and liver conditions. These are not folk remedies passed along without evidence. These are documented, peer-reviewed observations of what people already knew from centuries of use. Now let me show you the number that changes everything about this conversation. According to cultivation research corroborated by multiple guides from Southeast Asia, kangkong grows at approximately 10 centimeters per day under warm, humid, well-watered conditions. That is not a typo. 10 centimeters every 24 hours. In 7 days, a single established cutting can triple its above-ground biomass. No other leafy vegetable available to home growers in the temperate world matches that rate under comparable conditions. For context, spinach takes between 40 and 50 days from seed to harvest. Kale takes between 55 and 75 days. Lettuce takes 30 to 45 days. Kangkong from a cutting placed in a glass of water on your kitchen counter in a warm room will show visible new growth within 24 hours. Within a week, it has tripled. This is not a plant with a growing season. This is a plant with a growing hour. Now I want to come back to the iron question, because there is one more layer most people never hear. The World Health Organization estimates that iron deficiency anemia affects approximately 1.62 billion people globally. It is the single most prevalent nutritional deficiency on the planet. The groups most affected are children under 5, pregnant women, and women of reproductive age. In the Philippines, where kangkong is called the vegetable of the poor, it remains one of the most accessible sources of dietary iron available at the lowest economic tier of the population. Here is the extraordinary products are not wealthy, they are not supplemented, they are not relying on pharmaceutical iron tablets. They have access to a weed that grows faster than almost any other edible plant, provides iron in concentrations, competitive with meat, packages its own absorption enhancer, and regrows within a day of harvesting. That plant has been removed from the American food conversation almost entirely. I'm not suggesting a conspiracy, I am simply pointing to a fact matter. A nutritionally extraordinary, medically documented, rapidly growing food source entered the United States in the 1950s as a potential crop. It was then classified as a noxious weed. Federal law made it illegal to move it across state lines without a permit. State-level restrictions multiplied. And today, the average American does not know it exists, while 2 billion people eat it for dinner tonight. Now, I want to be precise about something before we talk about how to grow this at home. The legal situation of water spinach in the United States is real. If you live in Florida, Virginia, Alabama, North Carolina, or South Carolina, check your specific state and county regulations before growing this outdoors or near natural water sources. The ecological concern about its spread into open waterways is legitimate. Every restriction stems from genuine documented harm to freshwater ecosystems when this plant is grown in uncontrolled outdoor water environments. What is not restricted in most jurisdictions is growing it in a sealed container, indoors, in soil, a pot, a container of moist soil, a sunny windowsill, the bathroom shelf near the shower where humidity is naturally high. These are the conditions kangkong has thrived in across millions of Southeast Asian apartment balconies, rooftops, and courtyard containers for generations. Here is the full setup. Use a container at least 20 centimeters deep and 30 centimeters wide. Fill it with moist, well-draining soil mixed with a little organic compost if you have it. Plant cuttings approximately 5 to 10 centimeters into the soil with at least 2 nodes below the surface. Place the container where it receives at least 4 to 6 hours of direct light daily. Keep the soil consistently moist, not waterlogged. Temperature matters. CanCon performs best between 25 and 35 degrees Celsius. In a warm indoor environment or on a bright balcony in a tropical or subtropical climate, growth begins within 24 hours of planting
Do
a
not
healthy
interfere,
cutting.
stranger.
Do not use open buckets.
The fate of a metal harvest is about to be decided.
That depends on the sky,
That is where
and
the
not the sword,
ecological
does
risk
it not?
is
For
real.
generations, the
A
Suika
sealed pot
family
or
has waged
container
battle with the
eliminates that
Makuari
risk
metal
entirely,
clan.
while giving
And
you a
for
plant that will be ready
generations,
to
the
harvest
harvest
within
of the
3
champion
weeks
has
of its first dating.
prospered.
When
Both
harvest,
harvests
cut
cannot
the
be
top
prosperous.
15 to 20
Eternity.
centimeters of the shoot.
Which
Do not pull
is your
the plant.
favorite?
Leave the
The
root and
delicious
stem
Suika,
intact.
or the
Within 1 day,
mediocre
sometimes less,
Makuari?
new lateral shoots begin emerging from the cut point. 1 plant becomes 2 harvest points. 2 become 4. The biomass triples in 7
Makuari
days,
are
not
more
because this
fragrant
plant
and
is
sweet.
exotic or difficult.
I like them better.
It triples because this is
Disgraceful.
what it does when you give
You
food,
will suffer the
moisture,
consequence of your
and love.
terrible
Cooked
choice.
the way 1 billion Southeast Asian home cooks have cooked it for centuries. High heat, a little oil, garlic, 30 seconds in a stays slightly crisp, worked into the color, and a squeeze of lemon or lime at the end. That is not just flavor, that is a studied decision. The visit and citrus converts the non-harvest into and significantly increases what it naturally absorbs. If you want iron benefit, any food iron vitamin C, red pepper, tomato, or kiwi. The research
Once
on this
again,
mechanism was
the
documented
Makuari
in
has
a
won the
foundation
title of
study in the
Melon
American
Lord.
Journal of Clinical Nutrition.
Definitely no
And has been
yokai
replicated
here.
across multiple
Just 2 farmers with a
studies.
fiery passion
Here is the
for
final thought. The
melons.
world is not short of plants that can feed us better than the crops we have chosen to industrialize. What we are short of is the willingness to look carefully at what was already growing before someone decided it was inconvenient. Water spinach was called the poor man's vegetable in the Philippines, not as an insult. It was a description of abundance. The poorest families had access to something that grows back every time you cut it, delivers iron competitive with meat, contains antioxidants studied at the NIH level, and requires nothing more than a container of moist soil and a warm window to produce. 2 billion people already know this. The science already knows this. The only variable is whether you decide to find out. If this video you didn't know existed, please like it and leave a comment below with 1 plant you want me to go this deep on next. Subscribe so you do not miss the next. These stories waiting. Most of them are
벨진 마스틴 아이사모
One plant banned.
I'm about to eat at the UK's oldest surviving Indian restaurant. And we'll try everything from lobster malabar and duck vindaloo to some of their super unique Anglo-Indian dishes. Extremely delicious, my favorite dish of the night. As we eat, we'll learn about their incredible 100-year history, and sadly, why this iconic London institution is in danger. Hey everyone, it's Mark Leans. I'm in London and currently walking down Regent Street. The Swami restaurant is just up ahead. We're going to meet the owner, we're going to learn a lot about the history, and I am extremely excited to try all the food. We're right along the iconic curve of Regent Street, just down the road from Piccadilly Circus. You're going to immediately recognize the purple signs for Veda Swami, and the restaurant is actually on the first floor, not the ground floor, but the location is also a big part of the story, as we're going to find out. Kevin, fine dining explorer, career, next meal, and we've got Sonia. Hi, Sonia. We're in very good company for this incredible meal that we're about to have. Yeah, let's go this place. Oh, I'm so excited. 1926. They walk in on the ground floor. Wow. Immediately look at this part of the decoration. Hello. Good evening. Nice to meet you. Okay, cool. Very cool. And we take the elevator to the first floor? Okay. There. But before we eat and before we hear more of the story of Diraswami, we're stepping into the kitchen because you're going to see one of the dishes, one of the signature dishes being made, which is lobster malabar. The heat point, ginger goes in, and all the curry leaves, drip of curry leaves goes in. Oh, immediately the aroma comes down. The chili, red chili, dry chili goes in. Some of the slices of the green mango. All over the aromatic. Oh, nice. The lobster is actually taken out of the shell. And then it goes into the pan to saute. With those aromatic, the ginger, the green mango. So the gravy is already prepared. Oh wow, that smells incredible. So what's mainly in the masala? Gravy.
You got my message. I was worried it wouldn't work. The guide's trail leads here.
Okay.
Had to wait until the last moment to open
Stock
the
goes in,
portal.
it just gets, the recipe gets better and better. Oh, the aroma of the lobster. All that masala, even the stock of the lobster is in there. And just simmering it until the lobster is finished cooking. Oh, that is going to be incredible. And then finishing it with a little sprinkle of coconut oil. Oh, it's going to make it even more aromatic. Wow.
We gotta hurry. There's not much time left.
The finishing chili oil. And you curry these right on top to garnish. Oh, the dish. That looks stunning. Wow. Right out of the tandoor. Oh, terrific. Okay. Bring it over to this side. That comes right over to the butter chicken sauce and directly into the butter chicken. Yeah, bare hand right out of the tandoor. Directly into the butter chicken sauce gravy. Okay, some more butter goes in. Oh yeah, vinegary please. unbelievable. That butter chicken. Chili oil. And fried spinach, please. Incredible. But first, before we eat, Kevin and Sonia are going to introduce me to the owner of this restaurant, who's going to tell us a little bit of background, incredible history, as well as the current things that are happening with Veeraswamy. Nice to meet you. Very nice. Nice to meet you.
Don't worry, it's not as far a drop as it looks. Meet you down there.
Well, the restaurant is unique. It is almost certainly the oldest surviving Asian restaurant in the world. In fact, the earliest operating restaurant. But all that, they started in the 18th century. The restaurant is the oldest surviving restaurant.
Thank you very much.
You're changing shape.
Thank you.
It's gotta be Ego. She's corrupting the memory data. I think she's trying to rewrite the memory. That's why you're glitching.
Played a unique role in British life. Because India was the center of British life. So the great people went there to make the fortunes, to run businesses, and it is intertwined with the upper class and upper middle class life of Britain. And so when these digital visitors see people came back to Britain and working in India for days, they all gravitated to this one. So this one is not just a restaurant, it is an institution for one of London's 5 grandest restaurants at that period of time. It is a great thing.
Come. It's time to take our oath.
Represents the history of Britain intertwined with India in a communist sense and social sense. It was created by the great-grandson of a British general who was the right-hand
I can't wait for you to meet the guide. There's no one like him. You get in front of them and it's like, wow, you know? Of course you don't know.
And originally, in fact, the menus are Western food.
Did you see that? Some sort of door or portal. He's gotta be going to the guide. Come on, let's go.
So when they came with their 12 years husband and fiancés left,
Ego's got so many programs here.
so
Are they looking for us or are they looking for the guide?
in getting away. So the women in that they will have a vegetation in the menu as a menu. And that evolved over the years. This
So we're just starting off with some of the papad. That first spinach. Salty spinach. So addictive. Wait, the whole thing was 12 shillings, meaning quarter of a pound for the entire set menu. First course, second course. Curry, egg wrap for 5 shillings. People were eating at Veeraswamy in 1925. I'm sure you can buy a single thing in London for 5 shillings anymore. We got our order in. We have a lot of food coming, but we're starting with, it's actually on the menu. This is a lentil soup original recipe from Edward Palmer, who started the restaurant back in 1926. Oh, that's amazing. Has a little bit of a sweet and sour taste to it, with lentils, with nice ginger that just wakes up your taste buds for all the dishes that are still to come. Oh, that was superbly tasty. Kevin's favorite, chicken lollipops.
I like this lollipop. You just open the meatballs off, get the meat on the chicken wing, and then you got the flavor of the chutney and then the taste, the marination.
And tamarind is it dates or tamarind?
You got the as well.
Okay. Oh, so easy and fun to eat. So all the appetizers have arrived, starting with the chicken lollipop. Oh wow. And they're just so much fun and so convenient to eat. All that chicken wing pushed all the way to the side, so it's a one-biter fry. These are actually called chicken lollipop potatoes. They're like battered and fried with that sweet and sour chutney. Good. Always tasty. All your taste buds are awakened and alive. A little bit of chili in there. Pomegranate seeds. So tasty. So we've got the softwood, like that's definitely a one-biter. I want to scoop up as much of that masala, looks like onions, little tomatoes, and your tomatoes. So the string hoppers. Here we go. One biter. Oh wow. The curry leaf, the oniony flavor, the acidity of the tomatoes, and then it kind of just melts into those string hoppers. Oh, superb. So far, all appetizers have been wonderful. And we're just getting started with our amazing meal here at Venezuela.
When we go to this one, we have clearly face and the dal and only as we have refined interiors, we have refined the food, and then
Now we're just taking a look at the private dining room upstairs, which is one of the most beautiful dining rooms you'll ever see. Chandeliers, the carpets,
Your black man has the instincts of a warrior.
such a beautiful.
As he realized the danger you are in,
Anymore.
his eyes found every threat in the room.
So they're also famous for their cocktails. We're just serving some cocktails. Look at these cups. One is Jack. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. Not too sweet, but I really like it all. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. Very good. This one's a garden martini. That's refreshing too. The cucumbers and mint. Very good. Oh, that's really good. And next up for the slow chin, they go. All three dogs. Fantastic. Wow. And that just sets the tone for the main. All of these and all the people let's dig in. So I think we should start with that roast duck vindaloo, and I want the first the way we're gonna go ahead and just cook it. That was a big bite. Wow. Oh, that duck. The smoky flavor, the tenderness, and it's like kind of a gentle spice that kind of grows on you as you keep on eating that sauce. phenomenal.
This was an original Portuguese going dish. Really flavorful and it's spicy and particularly impressive.
I can get us across. Let's go.
It's supposed to be the spiciest curry, guys. That's what you call it to show off how strong you are.
Okay, nice.
And
And that brings us to our next point.
Thanks for helping me out back in. You know, her chains were burned into me. I could see everything, but I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. But then there you were. I knew the guide had sent you.
Cheers. Cheers. That is a perfect pairing. I'm gonna try the pineapple curry next. You can see the mustard seeds in here. You can see the curry leaves. Just grab a couple pieces of the pineapple. So sweet from that pineapple. The actual spice.
There they go again. We can't let them get to the guide before we do. Come on!
The peppery of the mustard seed. The curry leaves. Almost like a coconut milk flavor. So it really actually focuses on the flavor of the pineapple. I can't taste the naan anymore. I need a piece. Look at how fluffy that is. So fluffiness in that naan. This is a butter naan. I need that piece. Easily, actually, the most famous Indian dish outside of India.
Well, Iga calls its unifier a tyrant. 40,000 of our countrymen ride with me. Is that tyranny? Yes.
But it's still amazing. The nuttiness of the gachos, those fenugreek leaves, kind of subtly in the background. Yeah, feel a butter chicken? That is an absolute must. Next up is a special dish from 1926, right? Edward Cullen's original dish. This is a spring chicken and Indian dishes. This is a dish with so much meaning and so much history. I mean, it does look like an Anglo-Indian dish with the chicken breast, like straight up roasted chicken, but with an Anglo-Indian sauce. So a bite altogether. It'd be very interesting to try. Yeah, it's fruity with those sultanas, but then you do taste like a very gentle introduction of masala all put in on that chicken with that bread. That's exactly Anglo-Indian, actually.
So it's moist. It's not overcooked, but it's not dry. So they're able to cook that to perfection and then enhance with the
Well, Iga calls its unifier.
And my spouse, it really gives a good Anglo-Indian restaurant feel to it. So
Perfect representation, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, as Mr. Ranjit was actually explaining to us earlier, he had mentioned that Veeraswamy was actually many people's first taste and introduction to Indian food. And so they tried to introduce some of the Anglo-Indian dishes to cater to everyone's palate. So to introduce something that's kind of familiar, yet with a little bit of masala in it, that's like the dish right there. And so many of the officers from Britain in India, they were all men. So when they would come back to London, they'd be nostalgic and they'd be eager to try the flavors that they remembered from India, and they'd bring their wives and their families here. And so yeah, for many people it was the first taste.
Tyrant!
This is, I think,
40,000 of our countrymen ride with me. Is that tyranny?
It is time
Yes.
for one of the main events. This is their famous lamb shake wrapped in pastry and then bacon. It's all that pure Sonia pouring, and that's a jus bone marrow with plum without thicken. This is what a spectacular dish. Oh, look at that flip. Oh, slide down the bone. Okay. whenever you see a bone sticking out of a chunk of meat, your immediate instinct is to just want to grab the bone, pick it up and bite it. But I think that wouldn't have actually worked because it looks like those actually just kind of been deboned, then baked in the tandoor. Oh, can't wait to try it.
Kevin is leaning back. It's the time.
While Ego calls its unifier a tyrant, 40,000 of our countrymen ride with me. Is that tyranny? Yasuko?
I'm gonna pour on a little bit more of that korma. It's so thick, the bone marrow juiciness. Yeah, so you definitely want to get some of that lamb with some of that pastry, the crispiness of the pastry, and a lot. Not quite sure of the history of this dish, but to me it almost tastes like an Anglo-Indian dish as well. But it does taste like a roast, like a beef wellington. Mainly, like you don't taste a lot of the spices, masala within the lamb itself. It's mainly within that korma sauce that gives it the Indian touch. But again, yeah, this seems like another incredible representation of an Anglo-Indian food. And yeah, very good lamb. I'm really impressed by the quality of everything from the start to the finish of the meal. Well, not quite at the finish yet, but although you're familiar with some of the classic Indian staples, but then so many differences as well, which I really enjoyed learning about. What a meal. But actually, we're still about to try, and right now, one of the absolute signature dishes of Veeraswamy.
While Ego calls its unifier a tyrant, 40,000 of our countrymen ride with me. Is that tyranny? Yasuko?
Okay, I think I may want to make this for my first bite count. I'm just going to drench it in all of our gravy. Oh, yeah. Whoa. First of all, you have that lobster, but it's just saturated with that coconut milk. What's so distinct and what sets apart the Indian flavor probably the most is the curries, which you just immediately taste. And a fun impact on your taste buds. Then you've got this acidity from that ginger. It has a sweetness to it as well. And then they put it in that lobster. So it really is like a combination of the lobster malabar and lobster like bits. You can eat that like a soup and be happy about yourself. That's an incredible flavor though. Delicious. So well balanced. So addictive. Yeah, I just want to get an entire spoonful just to get the maximum impact of the flavor of that malabar. That is stunning. Everything is in a harmony of flavor. And Malabar is a South Indian flavor. Some of my favorite Indian food in the entire country. It's actually an extremely tough choice, my favorite dish of the meal. But it's definitely between the duck vindaloo, that sauce was epic, and this lobster Malabar. Just two just insanely flavorful dishes. Something I love so much about this meal, I mean, I've had Indian food in many countries, in many across India, from the north to the south. But this meal here at Veeraswamy is its own thing. They're not trying to copy other recipes. They're not trying to be like what other Indian restaurants are. They're doing their own thing, and it has its complete own unique identity and flavor profile. And even unique Anglo-Indian dishes, which everything has been spectacular.
And so here we are, with this situation at the recipe, and then what do we have? We've got the shadow over our says, which is the potential termination of the lease. Our landlord, a few months ago, 18 months ago, said, oh, by the way, the lease was came to an end in 2025. And they said, we decided to leave that the lease. We need to talk to an exclusive and it's the Now, if that case goes against us, by definition, we will have to end the lease and the risk then will start. But we've had a petition. We have 30,000 people supporting us. We've had a petition to the palace. And there's an issue to the state saying that asking the king to intercede and intervene in using influence to have this historic institution, the institution, still stay. And I think we want so. We believe that we will continue with some awareness of how courageous it is possible for that to suffer. That will add further momentum, which will eventually persuade.
I thought you were a demon, a monster.
See common sense and talk to us, and we can try and find a solution to ensure this historic festival continues for at least another 100 years.
Emperors have died here. Mahatma Gandhi has eaten here. Charlie Chaplin, and that's just kind of the start of the people. Elizabeth Taylor, Winston Churchill.
Well, I think it's quite important to see the Indian influence in the British cuisine.
Oh yeah.
Because when you talk about masala, chutney, all those things are very commonly used in the British household.
That connection spans centuries, right? All the way before to the spice trade, right? And then to the colonization of India, right? So you've got like the East India Company controlling vast parts of India, which is just a corporation, right? It's a company. But then you've got like the official British Crown from 1858 to 90 years until 1947, which is then the independence, right? And then after that independence, you've got like a lot of migration of South Asians into the UK, and they're opening up all curry houses as well, right? So there's this very long connection that we really should appreciate and admire, right? And yeah.
That's the strength we survive. Let's hope everything will be success and we can continue on back here this year.
Vega is great, great.
Oh, okay.
Swami is Lord.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I would say Masjid really lives up to that name, because he's fighting such a force of power, right? The crown of state.
Okay, so we have two different desserts, right? Okay.
It's not carrot halva, so it's stewed carrot, sweet carrots, and then it's in a orange rubbery. And rubbery is like condensed cooked milk, so it's very intense milk.
Can we hurry it up, please? If we're too late, if I'm too late, I'm sorry. I just hope you make it in time to see.
Disintegrated into like a cakey consistency. Yeah, I gotta get some of that rubbery, that here we go. That condensed milk. You can taste the flavor of the carrots, but they're like candied carrots with this roasted sweet and rich. What is this, Sonia?
The Shine Curry, which is a bread and butter pudding, and it's got a bit of fruit on top, so it's dragon fruit, melon, kiwi, and it's in a moat of saffron rubbery.
Bread pudding. Saffron.
I thought you were a demon, a monster.
Oh, nice to meet you. Oh, actually, it's not too sweet. It's a bread pudding. But it's not like a Western bread pudding, because it's saturated with that milk. You still feel the crunch of the bread. But then again, there is sitting in a pool of rubbery condensed milk with saffron and all that fresh fruit on top.
Can we hurry it up, please? If I'm too late, I'm sorry. I just hope we make it in time to save them.
But it is an honor to sit right here where Edward Palmer sat, the original founder of Uniswami back in 1926. And this was his favorite seat, overlooking Regent Street, with a view of the restaurant, best seat at the restaurant, that's without a doubt. Best table, and it's also Mr. Onion's favorite table. So it's an honor to be at this table. Anglo London experience. So happy. Outstanding. Also, a huge thank you to my friends Kevin and Sonia for joining me for this meal.
We're close.
Unforgettable meal.
I can feel them.
We
Calling to us. Do you hear it?
about what's
There's a big Nawe here.
currently at Uniswami.
Yasuke too.
And we
What do you call it?
support Uniswami.
Bleeding effect?
That they'll be serving.
The guide says it happens to all of us when we're in
in the
here.
heart of London
In
for
the
hundreds
Animus.
of years to
I
come.
feel like I've known the guide since forever. You know? Like, they've always been with me. Even before I ever saw their face. Pretty soon, you'll feel that too. We just gotta get...
gonna give me an option to leave with the dance moves. It's fucking irritating.
From new story missions to revised mechanics, here's everything to know about.
Residuos plásticos, sobre todo de uso cotidiano.
I haven't bought bread in a year. I just mix chickpeas and lentils. There's absolutely no flour, no eggs, and zero dairy in this recipe. Never baked before? No worries. This one is super easy. Start by soaking 150 grams of chickpeas overnight. Soaking makes them softer, easier to blend, and much easier on your stomach. I'd love to know which country you're in. Drop your flag or country name in the comments below. In a separate bowl, soak 150 grams of red lentils overnight too. The next day, drain the soaking water and use fresh water.
Okay, Dad, what did you eat at the restaurant?
Chicken tikka, lamb cutlet, and plain naan.
What I eat every day as a professional bodybuilder, pure vegetarian, and follower of Sanatana Dharma, living in India.
I only eat twice a day, breakfast and lunch. And for breakfast, I either have fruits or a more protein-based breakfast like this one. Of course, you have to offer it. Now, every day before I work out at 12, I take creatine 1 hydrate. Of course, as a bodybuilder, I also take protein. You can take whey protein, yeast protein, plant protein, vegan protein. There's many different types of protein. This is the protein that I like to take. It's nice, it's clean, it's healthy, and it's good for you. And I take it after workout. Then, my favorite and last meal of the day is lunch. I usually take it a little later in the day because I don't eat any dinner. So I feel full till I go to sleep. And what I have for lunch is usually vegetables, some rice, either chapati, bread, some protein like paneer, tofu, and soy. The main thing though for lunch is to eat enough, quantity-wise, because you're working out, your body needs to recover, and to eat vegetables.
Now listen.
This video is in no way, shape, or form intended to generalize any group of people.
I haven't bought bread in a year. I just mix chickpeas and lentils. boy, did Xbox try to pull a fast one on us. They tried to convince us that everything was going to be just fine. Asha Sharma's got everything under control. Xbox has been very clear in letting us all know that they're...
This is India's treasure. India's asset.
David Beckham's son's going to be making us pasta today. Oh, this will be interesting. Let's see what Uncle Roger thinks about it. Now, let's get started.
Franklin Beckham, David Beckham's son. He's the second most famous Nepo baby. Right behind Jesus Christ. This guy is model, photographer, socialite. But what is socialite?
Someone with more of a life than most of us.
A person who is well known, fond of social activity and entertainment. So socialite just rich people version of unemployed?
Hi Vogue, it's Brooklyn, and today I'm going to be cooking. Holy shit! Look at that kitchen. That is a beautiful kitchen. I guarantee you what we're seeing right there costs well over $100,000, and I'm not talking about the equipment. And today I'm going to be cooking for my fiance Nicola. I'm going to be making a pasta dish in this giant cheese wheel. It's actually the first time I'll be opening the cheese wheel, so hopefully it goes to plan. I'm going to try and impress.
First time opening cheese wheel and you're filming for his nephew Papa, Uncle like.
Didn't Uncle Roger's wedding get filmed by Vogue as well? I think so. I was this close to crashing that wedding. You know, try and do something cute and romantic. Let's get into it.
Cheese wheel pasta
dish. Okay, so we're going Italian tonight. Interesting. Let's see how this turns out. And the first thing you have to do is...
Yo, the cheese wheel look good. Roger, wonder how much is it? Is that $170 for lunch? How rich is this nephew?
Almost $1,000 for Brenda Padano. That's expensive. I mean, well, over here it's probably a little cheaper because we don't have to pay invitation tax like back in the US. The thing is, though, in the kitchen, it's worth paying $1,000 for this because you get your money's worth out of it. It's not just for show. You can break it up into smaller pieces and then reuse that cheese for other things. Whereas for just someone making a video, the ROI on that's not very good. I started cooking through
this guy too much money.
I did every day.
How this guy so rich? Look at this place. Marble everywhere. It's like cooking in Uncle Josh's kitchen.
You know the funny thing, when I was over in Greece, the local tour guide that was a free tour walking around the city for about 4 hours, he was telling the group that wood is actually more expensive than marble because he said as soon as you enter his bathroom, it's beautiful, everything is marble. For us, it's a little strange, you know, because I mean, at least in the Northwest, where I grew up, wood's everywhere. This literally is the evergreen forest. So now I'm going to use a cheese wedge.
Cheese wedge, correct tool to open cheese.
Wow. Almost there. Hopefully this goes to plan. I'm almost around the whole thing. A bit harder than I expected.
It's the hardest he ever worked.
You would think that it's not that difficult to open one of these. If it's your first time doing it, it can be very difficult. It's a good idea too to use like a chef's cloth or a towel just so you don't damage your hands. We're trying to push the wood into sweat. I'm like dripping. It's hot in here, no?
Video. Your dad can play football 90 minutes and then still give interview afterward. Nephew Brooklyn, open one cheese wheel and need to take break.
So close. You know, I'd like to see him Roger open one of these cheese wheels to see how easy it is. And see it open.
Yo, Nephew Brooklyn did it. Nice. Opening cheese wheel not easy, but result super satisfying. The cheese smell just hit up there. Opening cheese wheel. We just need 1 cream cheese plate. Cheese plate. Working all like you every he made the French pasta himself. Uncle can say Nephew Brooklyn, a rich better chef than Jamie Oliver. He made pasta from scratch. Jamie Oliver made inside rice. He used packet rice.
Oh, fine. Uncle Roger admitted it. And he used packet rice. Think to yourself, you're going to be making the pasta from one. Fresh pasta is wonderful. I prefer fresh pasta. But if you're going to make a batch of it and freeze the rest of that. It's his mom that likes to make jokes. That's it.
I'd like to start by... Crazy, that doesn't happen. Oh my god, I didn't even... I'm so sorry, Brooklyn. I'm so sorry. They told me to be funny, but that was completely off the cuff.
Right, so I'm just going to make this into a nice ball. Put it in the fridge for about 25 to 30 minutes. Fridge correct. It's been resting for about half an hour. Holy cow, I mean, if you really want to mess with someone, then you can make the pasta from one. You need to be just right enough when you're eating fresh pasta. And it's just the heat of the I'm sure that the heat you have is very you're eating some pasta.
It's up there! Come on!
So now we're going to start making sauce my pasta. Like this, like this. Making this cooking region, West End doesn't. You need to keep a pasta.
Where's the guy? Where are they? What is this? It's small. You can't break the encryption either. The guy must have left this for us, but what is it? I need time to decrypt this. Making you a copy though. We're gonna find them. We just gotta be patient, I guess.
Where it's more of a rounded bottom that you can toss. Problem with using a cast iron skillet is that one, the pasta can stick to it when you put it in, and two, since they're very heavy, it's not the ideal pan to use to toss.
How much of oil is all heated up? How much garlic? Can garlic go in?
I'll let you know what I find. And thank you for your help back there.
It only takes 2 to 3 minutes. 3 minutes, correct?
Holy cow, I didn't think that was that long. It looks more like you left the pasta near 6 feet tall. I don't know what's mine.
Okay. People put alcohol and then light the fire. Melt cheese. Okay, good. But nephew Brooklyn, remember, your fresh pasta only takes 2 to 3 minutes to cook. You should have started this step earlier. Before pasta goes in water. We're going to start moving it all around the sides to get ready to drop our pasta in. The heat from the pasta, a bit of the pasta water, will also help melt the cheese. Correct. Gonna put this garlic. Garlic go in, good. But faster. Hiya. So good. The heat from pasta need to melt the cheese, so you need to go fast before the pasta get cold. Stir, scoop. You're just taking too long.
This is like watching a slow train wreck. Normally when you have a cheese ball in front of you, you have 2 of these for banquets. You have a big cheese ball, a couple in front of you, and you have the risotto dough, and the pasta in one, and it's go. Literally in and out. Once you start to lose that heat, you start to lose the ability to melt the cheese. Unless, of course, he's just going to be serving this.
It smells so good. The garlic, the cooked garlic. Remember, nephew Brooklyn already impressed by the smell of flour and egg. I think the smell of garlic just made him come. So good. So I think it's missing a bit of salt. No salt. She's already salty. You don't need salt.
Alright, now fair point. He is using Grana Padano. He's not using Parmigiano Reggiano. He's not using a saltier cheese. So Grana Padano is good, but it's not as salty as Parmesan. But still, you wouldn't need to add salt to this if you already salted the pasta water and you put it in the cheese roll.
Cream roll also. Using expensive $1,000 cheese. You don't ruin it with this cheap grocery store cream. And by the way, cheese and pasta, it's more like trendy Instagram tourist thing. Really Italian people don't eat it. And to be honest, this cheese and pasta, it looks fancy. It's just rich people mac and cheese.
The thing is though, the reason why he's adding cream to it is a bit of the hack. If he added more pasta water to this and he started to melt that cheese, this would be super gooey and it would stick to the pasta.
Twisting it and turning it, I'm also scraping a bit more cheese off as I go. I'm also going to add a tiny bit of butter. Butter, okay, but that should have been first thing that go in, because now your pasta not hot enough now to melt your butter. So now you're just eating pasta and then suddenly cold lump of butter. Nobody wants that.
Why are we adding butter to this? We already cooked the garlic and olive oil. So he added olive oil to this. He added cream to this, and now he added butter to this, plus the cheese roll with the cheese. You don't need the butter. Where the hell did he get this recipe from?
That is a tiny bit, isn't it?
No,
think the only thing it's missing now is a bit of parsley.
No. I mean, the parsley okay, but add it to pasta. After you take pasta out of cheese wheel, you add parsley like this. How are you gonna clean the parsley out of the wheel? Yeah. But I guess it's protein factor. It's so rich, you can use cheese wheel one time.
Good.
Okay, plating. Let's see.
This is why you added the green, to make it look a little better.
Wait, what? Why the pasta looks so dry? It didn't look this dry earlier. I think this a different dish of pasta they replaced. What? The pasta got butter, got cream, got cheese. How it look drier than my ex-wife? Look at this. Look how good this pasta looks. So much cheese coated in. Delicious.
What's going on about this ex? He got married everyone.
I think she's gonna be impressed. I think she's gonna be impressed when she sees the big cheese. Hopefully she likes it.
It's so cute. I have no idea what Broken's gonna meet. He just told me to meet him here, and I'm really excited to see it.
And now we're gonna make a plating.
Wait, what?
A little bit of which.
What?
Skip.
Your fiance waiting for you outside, and the pasta gonna get cold, and now you make vegetable. Why? Pasta should be last before you make, then you serve it instantly. Because cold cheesy pasta is terrible. It just feels like plain dough now.
I'm gonna add a little this. Nice, Japanese knives there. What I'm gonna do is mash the veggies first. You cook the pasta last because this is time sensitive. You have to cook it on a minute because once it gets cold, it's disgusting. And you can remove or flash the vegetables at the last minute. Everything is hot when it comes to the table. It's not like you're waiting on the bloody veggies to cook after the pasta's already served. It's backwards.
We don't need to work properly. Vegetable tastes like that.
A bit faster. Growing up in England, there's not much eating healthy. There's always fish and chips, bangers and mash.
You know, that's real protein. Eating fish and chicken burger and mash. I think we're too rich for that.
I don't believe you. I was saying that keep in mind people that really have played in other countries consistently. I'm sure that you've got the ability to taste British food.
So before we start eating dinner, I'm just going to quickly make pecan pies.
Pecan pies, sir. And pasta getting cold waiting for you. Not one cold pasta. And just one fridge.
I'm going to go. Say to you.
Like something.
I am really
That's the sense in Italy. Should have been born in the pasta was hers. The thing is, why didn't you taste the pasta? I thought he could taste it. Actually, was thinking, that is for the surprise.
What? Did you just see that? Why are you eating like this? Why are you using fork? Why pasta? If there's no rich people eat, they just slice shit up. One thing that we cook to make Asian dish because if you can't use fork, no matter how you're gonna use chopsticks.
Now look at that. We have to consider the first release from Toronto is already thinking about.
It's really good.
Really good.
Let's try it again. Do a lot. It's really good. Eat something delicious and then go, oh my god, it's really good. Do a lot. It's really good. There's no excitement, there's no joy on the face. Don't look at any other one to meet you. When eating good food, there's so much happiness all dripping down my face. Otherwise, you can't stop eating. I never go, oh my god, it's really good.
This is the thing, that sometimes people are not very interested in having quality. They want instead of having something that tastes super delicious, they would rather have mouthful of food and it just pulls it down.
There you go.
Yeah,
Try to go play.
Wait, I want to see this cheese ball.
It weighs 90 pounds. Bring the cheese food out to Brooklyn, show it off at the whole region. People eat cheese food, impress ladies. Overall, one thing that's good to do okay. Next time, stop your pasta water, don't use cream, and make your pasta less dry.
I would also recommend letting the pasta before you actually cook it so it's the proper way. I mean, it doesn't need to be small, but then again, you don't need like that 3-foot strand pasta. You need to eat the cheese with like the moss, but melts, and maybe like this part of the rocket.
You're curious about opening cheese wheel? I'm also curious about a lot of shit. I don't ask about film me experience.
My dad cooks a lot more than my mum. My mum just likes to eat.
Victoria Beckham like eating. I'm going to find that hot. That I'm saying the rock like eating. That I'm saying the rock right like me. The rock like me. The rock right me.
In any case, guys, let us know down below how you think Becca did. And would you actually buy a cheese wheel and do this?
I want more sake. Now!
Right away, sir.
Hurry up! I will beat you again. Either get me a drink or get out of here.
You can't order people around like a daimyo.
I command anyone I want to command. Whenever I want to command someone.
Thank you. He wouldn't leave me alone. Miss, you saved my life. How can I repay you?
Heard any interesting whispers?
Oh.
Are those Egans against Mitsuhide's army? I need to help.
Is that the daughter of Fujibayashi Nagato?
She died in the war.
No, that's her.
Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu, raise your heads.
Timely assistance, Yasuke. I am pleased to see you survive Lord Nobunaga's betrayal.
Thank you, my lord. I honor Lord Nobunaga's alliances.
I admire your loyalty. The line does not seem as clear in these tumultuous times. I extend my gratitude to your friend as well. What is your name?
Thank you, Lord Ieyasu. I am Naoe.
Naoe? Ah, the Fujibayashi child.
You know me?
My associate once extended my protection to you, before the regrettable events have begun.
Hattori Hanzo served you.
And he continues to do so. A resourceful and loyal man. I count on his support. He will arrive soon. And he will be surprised to see you alive.
Is he escorting you out of the Kansai?
Observant, as most Igans. I am opting for the best strategy the situation prescribes. The sword may win this battle, but patience will win the war.
Yes, my lord. Haste leads to waste, my mother always said.
She was right. We cannot afford mistakes.
But your forces could help Hashiba Hideyoshi and the Oda clan.
What would this accomplish? For more than 100 years, vengeance, power, and treason have led to this endless cycle. It will drive Hideyoshi, just as it drives Mitsuhide. I stood by Lord Nobunaga's vision, but his assassination will have the wolves tear each other apart for power. In this moment, it is wiser to be a fox.
Yes, Lord Ieyasu.
The aim is peace. We will usher the people there carefully. It is useless to harm a bird to make it sing. Best to wait for its song. Our friend in common has arrived.
Hattori Hanzo.
I hope we can one day continue this conversation. Thank you, both. Your help will not be forgotten.
Until we meet again, Lord Ieyasu.
I should talk with Hanzo by myself.
If you need me, you know where I am.
Where is he going?
Alive, are you?
Surviving.
Your father?
Dead.
I offered him life, and he chose death. Stubborn until the end.
That's not what happened. You knew what he was hiding.
The more important question is whether you know.
A fancy lacquered box.
You don't know what's inside.
My father died protecting it. That's all that matters to me.
And of course, now it is lost.
I will find it.
You don't have to be a fool like he was. Abandon this quest.
No, I made a promise.
It is a path that only leads to death.
Then why am I still standing?
It killed your father, and it killed your mother. It will kill you next.
What does this have to do with my mother?
It has everything to do with Tsuyu. You were robbed of an exceptional woman, the best warrior I have ever met.
Tell me more.
It's a complicated story, and I am not much of a storyteller. But I knew her as well as Nagato did.
Were you close to my father?
We were different in every way. The high-born war prodigy and the humble Jisamura's son. But we were like brothers.
What changed?
Our views. Time. The world is always moving. But most of all, it was those cursed boxes.
Boxes? There's more than one?
That is all I will say. Abandon this foolish quest and work with me.
I gave my word.
Open your eyes, Naoe. The world is changing. Your skills have value. Come with me.
And be the tool of yet another power-hungry demon like you?
I am not the one chasing ghosts. There's much you don't know.
Fine, but I will never stop asking for the truth.
Your parents raised an honorable child. I understand the burden you carry. Your father's blade is more than a weapon. It is a way of life.
Is it linked to the boxes? What are they?
Go to Setsu. Look for a large coffin. As for what is inside, you will find out on your own. And Naoe, make Tsuyu proud.
Are you alright?
I don't know. I think I'm scared.
Well, you are the most courageous person I have ever met. That must count for something.
You will have to. You can't come with me this time, Yasuke.
We all have secrets, and we all have to face them one day. Just know that your allies will be there for you if you need us.
What would I do without you?
I really do not know. Hey, you've got work to do. Get to it.
Spider. Oh. I don't know. I mean, I Dubai. Such a I don't know how they got this position. But it's very good. Spider is higher than Abu Dhabi. In all, it's pretty peaceful actually. Comparatively safer. Very close. Hong Kong and Taiwan, Hong Kong, Thailand, Indonesia is what Indonesia. Right, Indonesia. Yes, good. That's it. 47. Really fucking good. Wow, Pakistan is below. Russia is below Pakistan. Pakistan is very unsafe. Oh my god! USA 61? Wow! I mean, USA is a very terrible condition. I understand why that it was USA is so perception is very good. Worse than it is.
There's few characters that truly capture the imagination, quite like everyone's favorite web-headed wall crawler, Spider-Man. In the comics, a single image can evoke the dream of swinging over the streets of Manhattan. But trying to capture that same dynamic motion in live action? That's one heck of a visual effects challenge. Despite that hurdle, Spidey has appeared in over 12 feature-length films over the last 50 years. With so many on-screen appearances, there's one thing we want to determine once and for all. What is the most successful version of web-slinging in live action? To pass this judgment, 3 visual effects artists will judge each iteration based on 3 criteria. First, realism. Does the animation, the cinematography, and visual effects allow you to suspend your disbelief, or does it just look fake? Second, innovation. Is it bringing something new to the table in terms of technology, bold visuals, or creativity we haven't seen before? And last, does it tingle your spidey sense? Does watching it get your blood pumping and your bones pulsing? Does it make you feel like even for a moment you are Spider-Man?
50 years of Spider-Man. It all starts with Spider-Man from 1977.
Oh, FPV? That is very cool. In 1977.
It's like a free solo.
Oh, look at that.
Cool. That's pretty sketchy. Oh, flamethrowers.
Start with those. Wow, actually pretty cool.
Look, I think we got 2 shots we can really talk about here.
I'll touch on the 3 criteria. The first, is it realistic? Is it realistically depicting Spider-Man? To me, it's realistically depicting a man swinging on a rope.
Your Honor, I feel like Jordan Allen has been clouded by emotion. Does not get more realistic than this. It may not be tingling your spidey senses. Different criteria, by the way. But realism is like an A to an S tier realism. Innovation? I hate to say it, but it's way up there. 1977, they are inventing the website. There's no one else before them. Just by nature of simply doing it, they are innovative.
The innovation happened in the comic book. We're seeing a person swinging on a rope. Granted, I do understand the limitations. And does it trigger my spidey sense? It triggers my excited sense to some degree, but I wouldn't say it's my spidey sense. Again, it just feels like a man on a rope.
This is where we agree. He doesn't really strike the spider pose, and he doesn't like fly around like a strong guy. So when I look at this incredible realism, and I look at spidey sense being down here, it averages out to a D.
But to me, this is not Spider-Man. I would actually put this in the D category.
Wow, look, harsh. Does anyone believe this is a Spider-Man swinging from building to building? I don't think so. Need to be brutalized. But we're going with a D.
Wow, harsh.
We got another real, 100% homegrown real Spider-Man from Spider-Man.
You close shop. Spider!
What's all the poses?
An emissary from hell. This guy's awesome.
Oh, what aim.
Woo.
Wow.
Look at that. Look at that.
That impresses you?
I mean, look,
There's a rope, baby.
I'm just saying, that cut well. It cut well.
Spider!
Serious Power Ranger Godzilla vibes.
Oh, yeah.
It's all up there.
Yeah. That's innovation.
This is sick. Oh my god, look at that jump. Did you see that?
That made me tingle a little bit.
Oh my god.
Playing it.
Holy.
Realism. Once again, just people doing real things, but honestly, like they're cutting it way more. It feels less real than the original 1977 Spider-Man, the US one.
We are getting more cuts, but we are getting more dynamic swinging. And it feels a little more like Spider-Man than a man swinging from a rope from afar.
He's in New York here. He's fighting a mech. He's fighting a pirate dinosaur.
That's so sad. That's innovation.
Or is it? Or is this just simply calling upon all the other shows in Japan that had the same exact style? Which it kind of feels like. It doesn't actually feel authentically Spider-Man to me. In terms of tingling my spidey sense, it does tingle it. I'd give this a C.
I would also put it in the C tier.
Look at that, they agree on something for once.
For me, though, this is all about the tingles. This is all pure tingles. I personally haven't seen this before. So, just from sheer tingles alone, I would put it at a B. But the thing is that you guys have presented really good cases, so it needs to be a C.
All right, next up, The Green Goblin's Last Stand, 1992. This is a fan film by Dan Poole.
Oh, yeah, that was a fan film.
Wow. Hey, Ron, just something to keep in mind. That was Dan Poole performing the stunt, and he was doing it without any safety equipment. They were stealing the shot, and he literally just swung off a balcony in New York, which is kind of insane.
It's just him sticking his legs up, but it works.
It's the power of a spider. Have you ever seen a spinning spider? Their legs are up.
Realism. Gotta give it to it, it's an A.
That's real. That's like no safety equipment real.
Yeah.
That's Spider-Man.
Innovation? Look, he didn't put his legs up for like the first time. He's the first one to put his legs up and swing. You gotta acknowledge it.
It is a guy swinging on the rope. And as we proved, it wasn't innovative in 1977. Therefore, it isn't that innovative in 1992. Although I will say, those dams were up.
Are we getting the tingles? Are we?
No, it feels like a dude pretending to be Spider-Man doing a dangerous stuff. And that tingle aspect really brings it down. To me, this is probably C.
It didn't feel like Spider-Man, it felt like a stunt performer to me. That's why I would put this in the D with the other man on a rope.
If we're really being honest, it's just a guy swinging on a rope again. Like, it's a D.
This is why Hollywood doesn't do stunts for real anymore, guys.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, Your Honor.
Alright, who's next?
Taking a break to tell you that this video is sponsored by Cash App. Have you ever had a gap between when money comes in and when bills are due? What do you do if you've been waiting on a payment but rent is due right now? How do you... Download today at the link in the description. Now, back to the video.
So we go from 1992 all the way to 2002, 10 years later, and what do we get? We get Tobey Maguire's first showcase of Spider-Man.
But this is a big moment right here. It's a big swing.
Yeah.
Damn movie.
The final swing. That's what everyone's here for.
Wow. That part's going to look me.
I mean, he is taking his poses. This is a tough one to be impartial, because this is like a core memory for me.
Realism-wise, like this is early CGI, 2002, right?
It looks pretty dang good, especially for 2002. Does it look perfectly real? No. But there's one thing in particular that really stands out to me. And it's when we go down to the street, at street level, we see the tags and people walking around, and it's perfect. And the reason it's perfect is because they did that for real with a real camera. They built what they called the Spider Cam, a gyro-stabilized cable camera that was on 4 different cables that could kind of fly through the city and had motion control so they could rebuild different passes at different frame rates in order to get the plate photography that they needed for some of these shots.
So that leads me over to the innovation side. This is hecka innovative.
This is not a man. Okay, this is Spider-Man brought to the big screen. And granted, it's not perfect, but the techniques they were employing were fantastic.
I think everyone kind of knew that this is what you feel like, but nobody had done it yet. Spider-Man tingles.
Honestly, after my bias coming out a little bit, just it made some memories for some kids. I'm just gonna say that.
For the first time, we're seeing real Spider-Man. So I would put this at man.
I would actually also put this in the A tier.
And I think you guys are right. Look, this is the original Spider-Man. This is the one where they had to break truly new ground. This is definitely a perfect A tier clip. But I have a question. Did they make it better or worse than Spider-Man Those?
I will say already, the visual fidelity is taking a jump here.
The background looks way better.
They used a lot more spider cam on this one than they did on the first one. And the first one was just for the final web swing. For this one, they started utilizing it for a lot more stuff, and you can kind of see that.
You know, going down the street and having to be all CGI had removed some impact. I'm starting to enter cartoon land again. This isn't a movie anymore, this is an animation at this point.
It's clear that this is different. They're definitely using different techniques here. And I do see some improvements. I also see some things less improved.
As far as realism, the realism is improved in this, right? You see the advancement in tech, especially for the environment with those plate shots.
Well, usually a CG background is full on photographic plate, especially when he goes flying in that semi truck between the cab and the box. That's crazy. But I'm a little distracted by the CGI Spider-Man, who's pretty clearly CGI and animated. That's for the real shot, and actually kind of makes it not feel so realistic to me.
The innovation, though.
Actually, the innovation got better. They got better using the Spider-Cam, getting shots that you otherwise wouldn't see. Because don't forget, Spider-Man 1 didn't have many web swinging shots.
Does my Spidey sense tingle? It actually tingles a little bit less than the first one for me, but I would put this in the B+.
You know what I hear when I hear B+? I hear BMON.
Is that allowed on court?
I feel like it's improved on the first one, so I'd give it an A.
Their actual swinging animation is cleaner here. You can see the way they're handling transitions and everything. It's so much more smooth than everything we saw in the first Spider-Man. That being said, kind of takes away some of the tingles. Kind of takes the tingles away a little bit. Where it's just like, oh, these are just like so smooth, and you kind of get lulled and hypnotized.
You're right, it's too slick.
I think it's fair in this situation to put it at a B.
Thank you.
Your Honor, your computer had crash.
Do you think it overheated?
It's on power. It's just, classic crash.
Here, I'll put it on ice. I'll be right back.
All things are underway.
Let's go. Spider-Man 3.
So it's crazy. Isn't it crazy? They made more Spider-Man.
Whoa. Yeah. This is
getting a little ambitious for CGI, guys.
Yep.
This is like video game cinematic. Realism just took a big hit.
This is interesting. This is when they start to explore that, like, we can do anything thing.
Oh, did you see this part?
Oh, blue screen, yeah. Now they're introducing filming on blue screen as well, actual play photography of Tobey Maguire and compositing that into like CG shots.
They are not having him in the suit, which is super ambitious, but it's not time for cold CG human yet.
Okay, realism takes a big hit in Spider-Man 3, unfortunately. Even though there's 3 more years of advancing technology, that application is abundant, and too ambitious. Is it innovative? I mean, I guess you could argue that, but it's not working. I'm now focused far more more on the face of Tobey Maguire being composited into these shots than I am the motion and fluidity and acrobatics of Spider-Man. So my Spidey sense is now turned off.
Yeah.
To me, across the board, this is a disappointment. And I would put this in a D category.
You know what? I would have to give this a C.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a C. Unfortunately, it's a C. It feels like a downgrade from the first two.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
Jumping forward to the Amazing Spider-Man.
That's supposed to be the difference between this Spider-Man and the other ones, that he's amazing now.
Yeah, you are amazing. You are amazing. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Say it. No, I needed to hear that. Thank you.
Look at that. That looks sick. Look at the grounded camera work. And if you want real people doing real things for realism, they built a spider truck for this, where there's a stunt performer swinging back and forth behind a moving truck to get some of these shots.
Oh, well.
Cool CGI boy. CGI boy, but still innovative. I mean, those are some cool moves. He's hitting his poses. You get those moments, those silhouettes.
It's cool. It's just I feel like I'm watching the beginning of a video game. Start video here now, right?
Look in the corner.
Start the game.
Yeah. Realism is pretty good. There, especially Under the Bridge.
This movie has the best practical swinging Spider-Man rig I've seen in any film to date.
They do start to go into very comic booky vibes with animation that maybe feels a little weightless.
The innovation to me, not quite as high. I feel like kind of riding Spider-Man coattails a little bit here. They haven't quite found their own voice outside of being like, hey, look at some slow motion ramps and some spider poses. Spider singles, actually not doing it for me. This is way too big a game.
I would put this in the B tier.
I would actually put this in the C category.
Wow! I think that's a little rough. I think that's not fair. I mean, look, the real rig and the comic book poses, that does a lot. So that's why I think this needs to be a B. They made another amazing one.
He's amazing too. And how do you make Spider-Man more amazing? You just loosen the suit a little bit.
Oh, are we finally getting the rips?
For as harsh as I was in The Amazing Spider-Man, The Amazing Spider-Man 2 is the best spider swinging in any film to date. I think you already know the letter I'm going to give it. Oh, everything in that this is so well.
This is so much better.
It's so well done. Dynamic, innovative. It feels so grounded. The animation feels so rooted in the physics of a swing. How he's launching around the corner and then hitting another building and pulling himself around. You're getting the ripples of the loose suit, getting all that secondary motion. The rendering quality looks fantastic. And you're getting all those poses and sick movements. Dude, look at that. That looks amazing.
They're doing new physics on the suit. They're doing new camera angles we've never seen before.
Shout out to the cinematography, because all of this was shot by the cinematographer looking at a playback of the scenes. So it's operated, it feels grounded.
I mean, not only does this look great, checks off the realism factors. They're checking out the innovation factors better than anybody else did, except for maybe the first Sam Raimi film. And that Spidey sense, the tingles, once I go to the GoPro shot, there is nothing else like this.
Shiver me tingles, man. I'm dying over here.
This is an S. This is an S.
This is as good as you're gonna get. This is a clear S tier.
I think you guys are both correct on this. In fact, this even makes me reconsider the first Amazing Spider-Man, which truly was a C. This is kind of like everything that the first two Sam Raimi movies did well, but in like flawless combination. One thing we didn't mention, they did develop a physics trajectory system for the web slinging. So basically you could say, hey, Spider-Man has shot a web here, and you could actually project out the arc at which you'd be traveling, allowing you to get these realistic physics animations while still having the full hand animated control. I'm sold. This is easily an S tier.
Too bad the movie's a D tier movie.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot that this is the ending. All right, who's next?
I gotta go.
Spider-Man, homecoming.
Let's go.
What the hell? Wait, this you just messed up this footage? Or is that real?
That's real. This is pretty rough. There was a very particular goal with this version of Spider-Man to not have those flowing, confident movesets. It was supposed to be a high schooler who didn't know what he was doing. It kind of is reflected in Homecoming and how they're approaching these different animations. He's hopping a lot more, not so much swinging. Got the wingsuit? That's innovative.
That's like saying they introduce a new villain and you're like, that's in it. But no, this is in the comics. We're talking about the cinematography, the filmmaking of trying to recreate this, sir. Not. Oh, now he's got eyes that blink. You know, not Tony Stark gave him a cool watch. You know, it's like that doesn't count.
Realism-wise, the animation's pretty jank. I'm not gonna lie. It's cool animation, it's innovative animation, it's built character, but it doesn't feel like it's a real person. It feels like watching a Spider-Man animation.
A lot of the animation feels very weightless to me. As far as realism, one thing that knocks it is they tightened that darn suit up again.
Yeah.
They made it skin tight.
It's really smooth.
And you're losing so much visual detail that brings realism to the character. And so it does feel more CG than the last iteration that we saw in Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Innovation-wise, there's some innovation.
One thing I do like is his application or creative application of the web sling.
I do like that.
Like, that's something that we haven't seen before. He's thinking of all these different ways of using the web.
And then on fighting tingles, I'm still on that CG roller coaster pretty hard right now. I would put this, it's gonna be harsh, but I would put this in the B category. It probably deserves an A, but it feels like a B.
I think a B is fair.
Yeah, I mean, a B is like, that is very nice and generous, I think, to this one. So the question is, this is better than Spider-Man 3 and Amazing Spider-Man 1?
It's better than Spider-Man 3.
Yeah, this is a B. It's a B. It's a soft B.
Here I come.
What was this? A Peter France special?
Peter France. He's an extraordinary visual effects artist. If you don't know him, I feel bad for you. We're watching his Spider-Man movie, which is on our YouTube channel. And in 2018, completely in Blender. It's quite impressive. In the grand scope of Spider-Man, where does Peter France sit?
Realism-wise, actually pretty dang good. The rendering quality is awesome. The animation's pretty cool. I love how he's giving it true chaos and trying to follow somebody as they fly around the cliff.
The tough part with the realism is the ambitious choice of having to pull balloons. Because obviously as you're whipping through the sky, the wind forces on those balloons are going to be dragging like crazy, and I'm not seeing those dynamic forces take effect.
Innovation-wise, I mean, considering it's a guy in Blender knocking this out, innovation points are huge. But also, he is managing to find his own look to it.
That's a good point. Yeah, but you are putting him up against $200-300 million.
We're putting up against over $1 billion of Spider-Man.
Finally, Spidey sense. It doesn't hurt that I know him, and I love him dearly. But even without that, I remember watching this before I ever worked here, and I thought this was one of the coolest things I'd ever seen. I don't want this touching Spider-Man 3. I want this in the B category as well.
Yeah, this is a solid B. B for balloons.
Which is crazy.
For Blender.
One guy in Blender. That's like the highest honors. Like, that's insane.
Hey, Peter, you get an easy B from us.
Let's go, Peter.
But the thing is, they didn't stop making Spider-Man movies. They're like, let's keep doing this.
Spider-Man 2, 3.
Spider-Man 2, 3. It's the boy with the jester mask.
Jokes on you. This is very interesting to me because, yeah, you mentioned CG Roller Coaster where it's like there's so much CG going on, it is a lot to take in, but these are still new, creative, innovative applications of web use. That's cool.
That's cool.
This could look so much worse if it wasn't done well. A lot of the footage that we're seeing of Tom Holland Spider-Man flying around feels so, I said weightless earlier. Like, it doesn't feel like he weighs as much, it all feels very floaty. But when you get those impactful close-ups, when you're feeling the vibrations of the air and the chaos of it, only to cut back out to these like fluid acrobatics, that sells really well for me. Realism is higher for me, it just looks better visually to my eye. I would say the innovation is still there, he's still coming up with new ways to use the web that I never thought of, and that also ties into my Spidey sense, which was tingling a little bit. It still feels CG. All things considered, I think the quality of what we're seeing is an A.
Everything's been elevated. Like, everybody refined most of the other Spider-Mans and brought it up to a new level. It's still a CGI roller coaster, which takes it from the tingles just a little bit, but I would put this at an A level. Swing with Zendaya. Yeah, it solidifies the A 100%.
Well, look, I think you guys are right. This is kind of like a return to the Spider-Man form, which is why it's an A.
Okay, let's do this one last time, yeah?
We're not going to talk about Spider-Verse because it's not real. So it automatically fails that category. Moving on. Okay. So, Spider-Man 3.
Three Spider-Man.
Spider-Man 3,
Spider-Man 3, 2. No, Spider-Man 3, 3.
3.
Spider-Man 1 is Tobey Maguire, they did 1 through 3. And Spider-Man 2 was Andrew Garfield, they did 1, 2. And then you have Tom Holland, Homecoming, Far From Home, No Way Home. So it's Spider-Man 3, 3.
Yeah, or Spider-Man 1, 4. Oh, look at that.
Very creative.
Dude, they all are gonna freaking moon crouch.
That's cool. Well, what's cool is all their moon.
Is it all moon crouching?
All their moon crouches are unique, though. That is kind of interesting from an animation standpoint.
Little keyframey.
Oh, that was tough.
A little glider there.
That hop up. Is it the suit material that's throwing me a little bit?
It's a little bit Batman Forever.
Yeah, it's got that silk in there. Is he always flying the camera? He's got to smack the camera with his face in every movie.
What's the focus on?
That's like an iconic Spider-Man shot.
This one feels like a step down for me.
It does, actually. There's a lot of great fidelity in animations like that. Like, realism, I'd have to give it probably a B. It's starting to step itself down a little bit, being a little too painterly and artistically interpreted.
The last rooftop stuff, that is the weakest from this series that I've seen, to be totally honest with you. As far as the weight of it, maybe it's the lighting of the suit, the way the suit's catching the light, I'm not quite sure. But there is a disconnect there, especially with the camera too. I'm not feeling the art same on that pendulum.
Innovation. I mean, they got 3 Spider-Man, 3 times innovation.
The stuff with the 3 Spider-Man, that's the innovation that I like to see, where they're all working together. That's cool.
Spidey sense, it's there, kind of, but I'm also getting like a little tired of it, and like I'm not seeing something here completely fresh and new. Technically, artistically, everything around it should be a B, but my heart says C.
And you know what? I say wow because I feel seen. I would also seen C.
I'm gonna disagree. It is a little harsh because like this part here where they're like swinging and they go, "Yo, spider triangle, wee." That's pretty wicked. If you guys think it's a C, I just feel like that's a little harsh because once again that means it's touching Spider-Man 3 and Amazing Spider-Man 1, and it's definitely better. We're not getting that. So take this B. It's a good movie. It's funny. I like the movie.
It's a great movie.
It's not the best if you were looking for swinging and webs, swinging and slinging, but good for some cool jokes and nostalgia. So, No Way Home is a decades of Spider-Man. And now finally, we have the latest iteration to see. They weren't able to film it in color, however, so hopefully the money went into the swings.
Someone once asked me what universe this was.
I'm not ready. I'm not fully feeling the weight of that pendulum. It does feel a little floaty. You know, when he leaves the first part and latches to the building, there's almost like a slow easing into the swing end, and there's no trajectory consistency. He like almost curves towards the building away.
How's he going left?
Exactly.
How's
So
he left it there? That's weird.
Which
It kind of ruins it. I'm gonna say we're all thinking Peter Francis is better. So, Your Honor, I'd like to propose realism on this last Spider-Man. Frankly, it's a D. Innovation didn't really feel all of innovation. It's a black and white. I'll say it's a 1920s New York or whatever, so I'll give that a C. Spidey Singles, it's a C.
knowing where we have placed the films that we have looked at so far, I would be very content putting this in the category as well. Just so it's said, I mean, we are talking about a TV show. We are talking about crazy TV deadlines. But that's the same with Marvel, I feel like.
Crazy. Jeff Bezos, millions of dollars.
Yeah, they're on Amazon.
Do you think it's already beat the money of Bezos?
Didn't like it. I think you guys are fine to be too generous because this is not a C. This is not a C. There is so much more going on in Spider-Man 3 and Amazing Spider-Man 1 than we're getting here. I felt like we were being harsh on those two movies earlier, but this puts that into perspective. This is a clear D. This is a clear D. It really is a step below everything we've watched.
You're right. You're
so
always
far.
right, Sam. You are right here also.
Bezos, if you're watching, next season, put more money for the effects artist, alright?
Nico, I'm actually quite surprised. We agreed on a lot today.
We did.
You guys did it.
Sam, I gotta say first and foremost, I'm so proud of you and honored to be in the court with such wisdom.
Honestly, it's a perfect tier list. I cannot see anything out of place. And there's one takeaway I get from looking at this list is that anybody jumping into the Spider-Man franchise needs to be careful not to get swayed by the siren song and the CGI swing sequence. That's all.
Wow, what a line! Put that on
Yeah, not getting swayed away by the CGI siren song and swinging. Do you think we were fair? Do you think we were too harsh? Let us know in the comments where you think these Spider-Man movies belong. And even more importantly, what else out there belongs in a tier list? Let us know and we'll make it happen.
This iconic South Indian dish is not meant to be chewed, and here's why. When I visited Bengaluru, I tried one of the most surprising staples for the first time. Ragi Mudan is made from finger millet and sometimes mixed with cooked rice before it's rolled out and divided into portions the size of a cannonball. It's traditionally served alongside a fragrant curry made from a huge mix of greens, chickpeas and mung beans. Once they are strained, some more aromatics hit the pan to give the greens a flavor boost. Then an entire pantry worth of legumes, spices and aromatics are fried in oil, mixed with some of the stewed greens and a cooking liquid and transformed into a fragrant masala. As a final step, more aromatics disappear into the giant cauldron and are mixed with the masala, coriander and cooking liquid before it's showtime. The trick is to not chew the ragi mude because it's far too sticky. Instead, it's simply swallowed while the side dishes deliver the big flavors. This iconic South Indian dish is not meant to be chewed.
While most people know mangoes and bananas, India is home to some truly unusual fruits that many people around the world have never even heard of. Here are the top 5 most exotic fruits found only in India. Number 5, Java plum. Also called jamun, this deep purple fruit has been cherished across India for centuries. Its juicy flesh delivers a fascinating mix of sweetness and tartness that leaves your tongue slightly purple. Rich in flavor and packed with nutrients, it's one of the most iconic native fruits in the country. Number 4, ice apple. Imagine a fruit that looks like a giant palm nut on the outside, but contains crystal clear jelly inside. Ice apple is famous for its cool, refreshing texture that almost melts in your mouth. With a mildly sweet flavor and high water content, it's a favorite way to beat India's intense summer heat. Number 3, rattan fruit. Hidden beneath a reddish-brown scaly shell is one of India's most unusual forest fruits. Related to climbing palms, rattan fruit has a tangy, slightly sweet flavor that can make your mouth pucker. Its snake-like skin makes it look more like a reptile egg than something you'd eat. Number 2, lemon drop mango steam. This small yellow fruit may look simple, but its flavor is unforgettable. Bite into the juicy flesh, and you'll experience an explosion of sweet and sour notes, almost like lemonade mixed with tropical candy. Native to parts of India's Western Ghats, it's considered a hidden gem among fruit lovers. And number 1, monkey jack. Growing in the rainforests of southern India, monkey jack may be one of the strangest fruits you've never seen. Its rough, bumpy exterior hides bright orange pulp with a sweet aroma and rich tropical flavor. Related to jackfruit, it's prized by locals, but remains virtually unknown outside its native region.
Oh, 30 something. It looks so sweet.
Most people know.
Did you know there are Chinese Saudis? I meant that they look Chinese, but they don't speak Chinese. They have Arabic names, they speak Arabic, and they have Saudi citizenship. Make much of it while learning some history. In 1956, Ma Bufang was appointed as the ambassador of Republic of China to Saudi Arabia. But he wasn't alone. 200 relatives and subordinates came with him. Ma Bufang was supposed to be in Saudi Arabia until 1961, but then he decided to stay and receive Saudi citizenship. Eventually, he passed away in Jeddah. And most of his relatives and subordinates stayed to receive citizenship of their community, and most of their family names are Maha or Asaini, which means Chinese. Some of them also married non-Chinese and adopted foreign last names. And today, most of the Chinese Saudis live in the west of Saudi Arabia, the Hijaz region. And they have Arabic names, they speak Arabic, they go to Arabic schools. Most of the younger generations don't speak Chinese anymore, but because Ma Bufang comes from the Qinghai province, so he doesn't really speak Mandarin Chinese, and in China back then there wasn't Mandarin, so each province would only speak their own dialect. So Ma Bufang would be speaking Xibei Hua, and his relatives and subordinates would be speaking Xibei Hua as well. Even if I meet the older generations of Chinese in Saudi Arabia, I doubt I would understand what they're saying in their own dialect. I was also told that many of them started off in Taif in the Bukhari neighborhood. As a Chinese person, I am very curious about this part of the history, so I'm actually very tempted in going there and talking to those people and checking out the neighborhood that they live in. So if this video hits 50,000 likes, I am gonna get my ticket to Jeddah and go to the neighborhood and meet the Chinese Saudis. So please help me get there. How's my husband? Did you know there are Chinese Saudis? I meant that they look Chinese, but they don't speak Chinese. They have Arabic names, they speak Arabic, and they have Saudi citizenship. Make matcha with me while learning some history. In 1956, Ma Bufang was appointed as the ambassador of Republic of China to Saudi Arabia. But he wasn't alone. 200 relatives and subordinates came with him. Ma Bufang was supposed to be in Saudi Arabia until 1961, but then he decided to stay and receive Saudi citizenship. Eventually, he passed away in Jeddah. And most of his relatives and subordinates stayed to receive citizenship of their community, and most of their family names are Maha or Asaini, which means Chinese. Some of them also married non-Chinese and adopted foreign last names. And today, most of the Chinese Saudis live in the west of Saudi Arabia, the Hijaz region. And they have Arabic names, they speak Arabic, they go to Arabic schools. Most of the younger generations don't speak Chinese anymore. But because Ma Bufang comes from the Qinghai province, so he doesn't really speak Mandarin Chinese. And in China, back then there wasn't Mandarin. So each province would only speak their own dialect. So Ma Bufang would be speaking Xibei Hua, and his relatives and subordinates would be speaking Xibei Hua as well. Even if I meet the older generations of Chinese in Saudi Arabia, I doubt I would understand what they're saying in their own dialect. I was also told that many of them started off in Taif in the Bukhari neighborhood. As a Chinese person, I am very curious about this part of the history, so I'm actually very tempted in going there and talking to those people and checking out the neighborhood that they live in. So if this video hits 50,000 likes, I am gonna get my ticket to Jeddah and go to the neighborhood and meet the Chinese Saudis. So please help me get there. How's my husband? Did you know there are Chinese Saudis? I meant that they look Chinese, but they don't speak Chinese. They have Arabic names, they speak Arabic, and they have Saudi citizenship. Make matcha with me while learning some history. In 1956, Ma Bufang was appointed as the ambassador of Republic of China to Saudi Arabia. But he wasn't alone. 200 relatives and subordinates came with him. Ma Bufang was supposed to be in Saudi Arabia until 1961, but then he decided to stay and receive Saudi citizenship. Eventually, he passed away in Jeddah. And most of his relatives and subordinates stayed to receive citizenship of their community, and most of their family names are Maha or Asaini, which means Chinese. Some of them also married non-Chinese and adopted foreign last names. And today, most of the Chinese Saudis live in the west of Saudi Arabia, the Hijaz region. And they have Arabic names, they speak Arabic, they go to Arabic schools. Most of the younger generations don't speak Chinese anymore. But because Ma Bufang comes from the Qinghai province, So he doesn't really speak Mandarin Chinese, and in China back then there wasn't Mandarin. So each province would only speak their own dialect. So Ma Bufang would be speaking Xibei Hua, and his relatives and subordinates would be speaking Xibei Hua as well. Even if I meet the older generations of Chinese in Saudi Arabia, I doubt I would understand what they're saying in their dialect. I was also told that many of them started off in Taif, in the Bukhari neighborhood. As a Chinese person, I am very curious about this part of the history, so I'm actually very tempted in going there and talking to those people and checking out the neighborhood that they live in. So if this video hits 50,000 likes, I am going to get my ticket to Jeddah and go to the neighborhood and meet the Chinese Saudis. So please help me get there. How's my husband? Did you know there are Chinese Saudis? I meant that they look Chinese, but they don't speak Chinese. They have Arabic names, they speak Arabic, and they have Saudi citizenship. Make matcha with me while learning some history. In 1956, Ma Bufang was appointed as the ambassador of Republic China to Saudi Arabia. But he wasn't alone. 200 relatives and subordinates came with him. Ma Bufang was supposed to be in Saudi Arabia until 1961, but then he decided to stay and received Saudi citizenship. Eventually, he passed away in Jeddah. And most of his relatives and subordinates stayed to receive citizenship of their community, and most of their family names are Maha or Saini, which means Chinese. Some of them also married non-Chinese and adopted foreign last names. And today, most of the Chinese Saudis live in the west of Saudi Arabia, the Hijaz region. And they have Arabic names, they speak Arabic, they go to Arabic schools. Most of the younger generations don't speak Chinese anymore. But because Ma Bufang comes from the Qinghai province, so he doesn't really speak Mandarin Chinese. And in China, back then, there wasn't Mandarin. So each province would only speak their own dialect. So Ma Bufang would be speaking Xibei Hua, and his relatives and subordinates would be speaking Xibei Hua as well. Even if I meet the older generations of Chinese in Saudi Arabia, I doubt I would understand what they're saying in their dialect. I was also told that many of them started off in Taif, in the Bukhari neighborhood. As a Chinese person, I am very curious about this part of the history, so I'm actually very tempted in going there and talking to those people and checking out the neighborhood that they live in. So if this video hits 50,000 likes, I am gonna get my ticket to Jeddah and go to the neighborhood and meet the Chinese Saudis. So please help me get there. How's my husband? Did you know there are Chinese Saudis? I meant that they look Chinese, but they don't speak Chinese. They have Arabic names, they speak Arabic, and they have Saudi citizenship. Make matcha with me while learning some history. In 1956, Ma Bufang was appointed as the ambassador of Republic China to Saudi Arabia. But he wasn't alone. 200 relatives and subordinates came with him. Ma Bufang was supposed to be in Saudi Arabia until 1961, but then he decided to stay and received Saudi citizenship. Eventually, he passed away in Jeddah. And most of his relatives and subordinates stayed to receive citizenship of their community, and most of their family names are Maha or Saini, which means Chinese. Some of them also married non-Chinese and adopted foreign last names. And today, most of the Chinese Saudis live in the west of Saudi Arabia, the Hijaz region. And they have Arabic names, they speak Arabic, they go to Arabic schools. Most of the younger generations don't speak Chinese anymore. But because Ma Bufang comes from the Qinghai province, so he doesn't really speak Mandarin Chinese. And in China, back then, there wasn't Mandarin. So each province would only speak their own dialect. So Ma Bufang would be speaking Xibei Hua, and his relatives and subordinates would be speaking Xibei Hua as well. Even if I meet the older generations of Chinese in Saudi Arabia, I doubt I would understand what they're saying in their dialect. I was also told that many of them started off in Taif, in the Bukhari neighborhood. As a Chinese person, I am very curious about this part of the history, so I'm actually very tempted in going there and talking to those people and checking out the neighborhood that they live in. So if this video hits 50,000 likes, I am gonna get my ticket to Jeddah and go to the neighborhood and meet the Chinese Saudis. So please help me get there. How's my husband? Did you know there are Chinese Saudis? I meant that they look Chinese, but they don't speak Chinese. They have Arabic names, they speak Arabic, and they have Saudi citizenship. Make matcha with me while learning some history. In 1956, Ma Bufang was appointed as the ambassador of Republic of China to Saudi Arabia. But he wasn't alone. 200 relatives and subordinates came with him. Ma Bufang was supposed to be in Saudi Arabia until 1961, but then he decided to stay and receive Saudi citizenship. Eventually, he passed away in Jeddah. And most of his relatives and subordinates stayed to receive citizenship of their community, and most of their family names are Maha or Asaini, which means Chinese. Some of them also married non-Chinese and adopted foreign last names. And today, most of the Chinese Saudis live in the west of Saudi Arabia, the Hijaz region, and they have Arabic names, they speak Arabic, they go to Arabic schools. Most of the younger generations don't speak Chinese anymore, but because Ma Bufang comes from the Qinghai province, so he doesn't really speak Mandarin Chinese, and in China, back then there wasn't Mandarin. So each province would only speak their own dialect. So Ma Bufang would be speaking Xibei Hua, and his relatives and subordinates would be speaking Xibei Hua as well. Even if I meet the older generations of Chinese in Saudi Arabia, I doubt I would understand what they're saying in their own dialect. I was also told that many of them started off in Taif, in the Bukhari neighborhood. As a Chinese person, I am very curious about this part of the history, so I'm actually very tempted in going there and talking to those people and checking out the neighborhood that they live in. So if this video hits 50,000 likes, I am gonna get my ticket to Jeddah and go to the neighborhood and meet the Chinese stuff. So please help me get there. How's my cousin? Did you know there are Chinese Saudis? I meant that they look Chinese, but they don't speak Chinese. They have Arabic names, they speak Arabic, and they have Saudi citizenship. Make matcha with me while learning some history. In 1956, Ma Bufang was appointed as the ambassador of Republic of China to Saudi Arabia. But he wasn't alone. 200 relatives and subordinates came with him. Ma Bufang was supposed to be in Saudi Arabia until 1961, but then he decided to stay and receive Saudi citizenship. Eventually, he passed away in Jeddah. And most of his relatives and subordinates stayed to receive citizenship of their community, and most of their family names are Maha or Asaini, which means Chinese. Some of them also married non-Chinese and adopted foreign last names. And today, most of the Chinese Saudis live in the west of Saudi Arabia, the Hijaz region, and they have Arabic names, they speak Arabic, they go to Arabic schools. Most of the younger generations don't speak Chinese anymore, but because Ma Bufang comes from the Qinghai province, so he doesn't really speak Mandarin Chinese, and in China back then there wasn't Mandarin, so each province would only speak their own dialect. So Ma Bufang would be speaking Xibei Hua, and his relatives and subordinates would be speaking Xibei Hua as well. Even if I meet the older generations of Chinese in Saudi Arabia, I doubt I would understand what they're saying in their own dialect. I was also told that many of them started off in Taif, in the Bukhari neighborhood. As a Chinese person, I am very curious about this part of the history, so I'm actually very tempted in going there and talking to those people and checking out the neighborhood that they live in. So if this video hits 50,000 likes, I am gonna get my ticket to Jeddah and go to the neighborhood.
So every now and then, Caitlin leaves me and Duck to fend for ourselves, and it's a sad time.
Combos. The gang lives on.
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host Shayan Khan, and I'm here with Estelle and Rathib and Ashwin from Cricket by GB. So we are here to talk about the India vs South Africa match first, which South Africa have won by 6 wickets and 5 runs to spare. That was just an immaculate innings from Marizan Tuck. I mean, just winning the game out of nowhere, especially given the condition in the power play and how it looked like India had enough runs on the board on a pitch like this, which didn't seem to be the easiest wicket to bat on, I want to say. But yeah, first thoughts maybe would be, what did you guys think of this score at the halfway mark for India? Would you guys say it was par, above par, below par? I thought par.
Interesting. I think for us, the thing was with the way India started, especially with how Shulpali was the attack, you would have assumed that India, even at some point around the 10th shore, were doing decently enough, where they had the platform, Richa's entry point was also decent. So from all those things considered, I did feel that India were about at least 10 runs short. I think they could have pushed it to that much. But again, credit to also the South African players, because at some point earlier where they weren't hitting their lines and lengths, they came back very nicely. They decided to attack the stumps and their field placements were on point as well. A lot of cases where they were almost forcing the Indian batters to place a good shot for players. So, like, you can't, like, credit where to South Africa. Ultimately, India getting hard, but I can't just play a good Captain Pascal can is there and it
wasn't as hard as the afternoon game. The afternoon game was definitely hard.
This place fits Hanzo's description. Now to find the way inside.
Even Deepak said the same thing, by the way. His was also last 7 days.
Yeah, it was weird, right?
This must be the way in.
Because the first 6 overs India get 59, and then from there to the end, they just get 100 runs.
Now to find what Hanzo spoke about.
So I feel like that
So
middle,
critically.
it felt like it was hard to bat, but the first 6 overs, it looked like a real flat bat. I thought India would get
What is this place?
because not just
A battle.
Safari.
I wonder what happened. This scroll is in bad shape. Stay your blade from the flesh of the innocent. The rest is too damaged to
Maybe a
read.
bit too confident, some would say, given the shot that you made. So, what were your opinions on that? Because we were having experts on this, the best of cricket. Maybe she shouldn't have played that shot because she is the best equipped to deal with the entire team. And we saw India struggle.
I think it's for South Africa, they were pretty.
I wonder where this leads.
So when you cancel out I think it's not next launch because it is the first involved and it looks like a horrible shot. But I think now has the next one. They are very unorthodox shots. They are the bowler completely off mark. You can really want out. But yeah, that's what's great out in the moment. To be fair, the shot is come off
Exactly. And it's that adrenaline rush now. When you're batting sometimes and when you're hitting everything, you want to put that player under pressure. That's what I put it
Yeah, absolutely. I agree completely because in that moment, I think if you look at the
Who else knows about this place?
Especially in this tournament,
it's the teams that are kept being aggressive right throughout, right? And losing wickets. Yeah. England, Australia in that first game against South Africa when they lost the 2 wickets. India have continuously tried to play aggressive cricket. So I felt like if you look at it from that lens, she was just playing according to how they want to play. Right? That's the type of game they want to play, and that's how you need to play in these kind of games, particularly in close games. But it did come off, and I felt like if you compare her from that Marizan Cap play, then Marizan always had the wickets covered. Like she had the line covered, whereas Smriti moved so far outside the off stump that she left stumps completely open.
Towards the pace of the game, but to be fair to her, that was the least most of the game.
Good thing I have my rep. Whoever was here didn't want to be found.
Considering India was at that stage, they wanted to have at least some sort of plan. Richard today didn't get the credit. I think she batted how she usually does that. In fact, she did force that 5 points. So that complete was Lewis James, which I like. But just, I think one place that India struggled to get was hitting boundaries that she plays after the boundary. That's what doesn't surprise me. There's just that one boundary, last ball of the 16th. So what do you guys do?
I think it's something we were talking about because South Africa had a proper template. They had a deep part like that, a deep part like that. And just go down, grab batters for them. And if batters had to force a way out of boundary, they either make room up down the left side or they get it to the fielder who they weren't doing enough. They weren't taking enough risk. They were playing a waiting game until they just to do anything about it.
Yeah, a lot of the batters that batted, I would say it was almost a very typical Harman-like innings from a lot of the batters where were getting 25 or 23 or that kind of situation. What you'll also see is that there was only 1 6 for India in the entire innings, and that has a lot to do not only with the kind of fielders and the dimensions, but also the fielders on the team. Because a lot of Indian batters are also more touch players or players who like to play extension on their drives as their boundary option. So they close off that extension drive option. It's only players like Shefali or something like Ronaldo with the power can clear around. So it just meant that India either would be able to get boundaries as opposed or would just end up finding the fielder, which is why we started off with that South Africa. Although they started a little bit, but they immediately got back to that and that was just way. In fact, India also did that well to South Africa for the first half, and then Marizan Cap just kept coming towards the off stump and opening up the leg side, which they again just didn't.
So I think it's something that we have to consider in this tournament is all the Indian players have really stood up, right? And with the South African bowling lineup, that is one thing that if you look across the teams, probably the most experienced or on paper at least one of the best bowling lineups in this competition with 5 bowlers, right? And you can see the difference Shravani Miswal makes in that bowling lineup because she's such an aggressive option. It allows the captain to also use maybe Marizan Cap later, bowlers like Albom or Kaka. I think they adjusted really well after that 6th over. In a way, like the plans as you guys mentioned, the plans that they used, it wasn't really anything complicated.
No signs of battle here. They must have missed this route.
Often these teams tried, bowlers were bowling their right options and then end up going for us. They really tried too many things. They used slow balls really well and bowled to their fields really well. So that experience, I think, came to the fore, and you can contrast that with the Indian bowling because you saw that lack of experience in the way they went about things when Marizan Cap was batting there because she kept moving to the offside and playing that sweep shot or the scoop, and they just couldn't adjust to what she was doing out there.
If you look at the scorecard of the South African bowlers, almost all of them did their job pretty well. Kapa and Ismail, they both considered. Lava went for 8 12 5. I want to say he put a good over at the dead too. Like, there was that one over where he really filled it back. It's just that then he just goes for the big side and getting the big picture of Hindi plus the CS type of the side. She can she knows what she can. Today, it couldn't happen. Even the more that something will would get urban things for, right? That was the similar of the rest. I think it's just that South Africa perhaps never really let it the game up. And they kept chipping away with wickets or just putting better back on putting better back on it. India started to build it and thought it is
You guys have to tell me how she has become the best bowler in the India. How does that happen? From being like very much a part-time option, right? And then suddenly, she's today certainly she was, I would say, with Sri Chandi, the best bowler.
100% she got it. So she dedicated some more he got more and the conversation we were having in Oshla is what the other Indian spinners would be thinking when Shefali is basically after their job. Yes, completely what it's
early on just because we did 55 third party and took 2 wickets into the wicket. I personally thought it was because I don't know why, but I did not have starting up, but I didn't think that she was the best one for me for us. Like, I mean,
100%.
We had a lot of T20 guys since the last game. Even in the WPL, I think it's been more of a movie that has put up what starting so much. So today, when she came in, going was really different. Right? It was that ultimate that really got them big and got them out of it. And basically, they were playing right the rate, but they kept finding it. I think for me, that game changing was perhaps was the third over. The first over, she was able to put it 2 wickets. And finally, they were able to find something and put the wicket back on India. Got India into it. But even then, Shefali Verma came on and was solid on first. So, I mean, credit to her, props to her for the instant. But I think this match entirely will be
Could one of the bodies be?
But just looking at the
Let's not go there, Lowe.
So, she made 81 runs of 45 runs.
He wears a blade just like mine.
So, if you look at the scoring areas, she made 12 runs in the 5 legs, 14 in square legs, 24 in mid wicket. In that area, then mid on she made 4 runs, and then mid off 16 another 16. Overs was 10. So, she didn't really shoot it towards bench on the offside, so she knew of that really was inside. But she also had the option to hit the ball straight down, right? So that people in the offside. So I think it's just the way she built everything all the way through. She didn't start. It wasn't like a great start to the line, right? I think she was 5 or 7 at one point and then she was halfway away. And then after that she kept playing and ultimately it was towards the end where she took the game around. It was not an easy chase for me by any means because after everything that was happening, even after the setback, and I don't know the backer of it. But I mean, what did you guys make of her? Like, just what did she do that was so different today?
I just think she wasn't ready for her tournament to be done, right? Because like losing today, yeah, exactly. That's we talk about like numbers and stuff, but sometimes it's just beyond that.
More bodies.
You mentioned about that Mandana wicket, the way she reacted.
Battle between Loni and Shinobi. What were they fighting for?
Ready for her World Cup to be done. I feel like that was something. And also you mentioned Nadi Wicket. I think I know they don't always come off, and South Africa had like a habit of making every game close, but I think because of the firepower they do have in their match, they can afford to kind of start slowly because that type of power I don't think any other team has from multiple.
No one has been here for years.
Right? Like you have a Richagos who can score really quickly, but
3 altars. Could this be where the boxes were kept?
Renuka, if she's playing, and then you have
valor, wisdom,
those kind of
benevolence.
Out there,
the same virtues Stuart used in lessons when I was young.
To start slowly, but I haven't really seen Marizanne back like this in a long time, right? Because she's more of a conventional player. She doesn't like, that's what we've seen, right? She goes a bit slower than the other batters. But today, once she got set, she took on the leading role. Catherine Prince, I know she got France, but didn't look like she looked kind of scratchy, right? That innings, the way that play, it's, I want to say like pure determination from her because
the chills.
It's not something.
This must have belonged to someone in the Kakushibaiki.
Oh yeah, 100%. I also think she was toying with her big thoughts quiet or played with the defense. But that's not the house for the team. Then they had a deep square leg, she played those full shots, and then Hammerbeat thought with the fine leg, it was a square leg back. And then she hit the ball over square leg. I think from India's perspective, I feel like Hammerbeat, there were a few decisions that she took, a few plans that she didn't really think of, because the entire South Africa team in India were badly testing because
time to go
especially Marizanne Gavin playing that. And very interestingly, in the first 2 matches, Deepti Sharma was very, very successful coming around the wicket to right hand, bowling negative 9. And she did do that this match until the 3rd over.
Perfect fit.
As to why she would go away from that, especially because again, if you think about the template, right? 5 legs square leg, 3rd match, 3 wicket and long one. Bowling negative 9, especially Deepti Sharma, because she's been doing that so much in the last few years. But I think next to Marizanne Gavin, she did that after the 3rd over. But I just thought it was a bit too late to bring that back. But yeah, I didn't think Deepti Sharma had to be for they stuck to that strength in terms of planning.
And it's also obviously those 2 drop catches that a lot of us might just want to forget. They are one of the safest pair of hands that she's ended up.
Only wrote on a few pages in an odd language.
Of whom one of the drops was. That was
Yaski can try.
Over that Charity was bowling that eventually went for a lot of runs and switched the move here. So it's also because, as Estelle also pointed out, the experience factor comes into play.
I need Yaski to look at this book.
And the moment something's not gone their way, it's very easy for them to sort of switch off and try out another plan and try other ways to get a batter out. So it was just a lot of that small things that eventually came together. But of course, taking nothing away from chances was just confidence.
The first chance I would still say was a little tricky. For that matter, the second chance, I think you expect Rahul to take that in.
Yeah.
Another chance when Nandini was fielding.
Yeah.
I think I wouldn't really count that. Maybe that's a wrong balance.
I feel like that opportunity, maybe even if she had managed to hold on to it, she would have either had to push it back in or should have crossed the line. So I think that one is a bit harsh to call a chance, but I mean, rather I think I tweeted this as well. India managed to find a way to bring her in as substitute. Unfortunately, today,
time to get out of here.
Out of nowhere, 2 catches go down of her fielding, which on any day I would say she would have taken, right? So it's kind of unfortunate as well from Radha's point of view, and like what you guys mentioned. Sri Chandni would have had 3 wickets for 2 rounds if that first catch was taken, right? And then everything changes. But that over ends up being the turning point.
Pure coincidence.
I'm fine, you know.
So, what did you find?
I was hoping you could help me with this. I can't read it.
Latin.
What does it say?
And I think
it is a journal, or at least a part of one, if we judge it by the cover.
Especially with how
belonging to Alvaro Cataribera, a Spaniard.
they went to the, despite her not having
He writes about a young assassin.
What?
I think that was a
Read
bit of
it.
a tactic.
I will try to translate, but it is only a few pages. I would need more time for precise reading.
Yasuke.
All right. The time to expand the Brotherhood has come. If we are to fulfill the mission from Emperor Gonara,
Alright guys, I'll give you one.
tomorrow Tsuyu and I leave for Iga in search of a new ally. If rumors are true, a free spirit shinobi, Momochi Sandayu, fights daimyo oppression.
A mission from the former emperor, Momochi Sandayu.
There is more. With luck, Tsuyu will build our brotherhood in Japan. Kakushiba Iki, they call it. One last page. Today, I announced my departure to Tsuyu. I gave her the task of protecting the objects to keep their secrets. The balance of Japan rests with her. We live in shadow to serve the light.
The objects. What do you think they are?
I do not know. But judging by what this Cataribera wrote, their identity should remain a secret.
My parents. They died for this creed. Hanzo spoke the truth. Stay your blade from the flesh of the innocent. I found that tenet in the coffin.
They were good people who fought for others. We will find what they have lost and honor what they stood for. They are not establishing outposts.
That's as good a start as any.
I mean, that being said, we have to be there was 600 book family, we have more than frontier and stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think she was a bit misguided. So, it was so much. But yeah, I mean, I definitely do agree that it was for the negative plan. In fact, so once from Jastika Bhatia, TV was taken serious, and I would rely on the first day, but the day it comes off for her, she's going to be
Exactly. Yeah, I would like maybe. The Instagram bit about like maybe they and that is fine because like even if she gives you externally after the match, she's there for that. Don't disrespect her. Maybe you will find that she's not good. But usually, I mean, she was very fast and everything.
Generally, she's a very good.
Yeah, but she, like, for the lack of better words, she's just struggling to run. Like, the couple of times that she has chased the ball and stopped getting to the boundary, it just feels like it's really taking a score on her or she's not a 100% fit. So, maybe, like, again, need to look past it. Wow, they're showing a graphic on the screen, how
There is something different about you. A profound sense of whatever escapes me is a desire that's for you to define. A path you will trace beyond my guidance. Good or has been can never truly be erased, only obscured to those who come next. What once was, is, waiting. Go onward.
You guys argue, Nandini could have got another over. Like, I know you talking about the 9, but even apart from that, is there a case to me that she should have surrendered?
She could have, from the point of view that she's generally been good in the middle and the depth. I was actually really surprised that she was the ball, which took me off a bit. But yeah, like I don't think she, especially if she balled at 100% of the ball, at least one. I think the over that she got was not such a ball up there. I think they got you're right. Because she could have come and they got enough. I think a lot of these statements against bowlers, this man, I didn't think it was quiet, right? I didn't think there was a lot of plans behind the game.
let's see what happens with the coming teams. South Africa are going to play the Netherlands on Monday. And they're right? So South Africa play Netherlands on the 25th and then play Bangladesh on the 20th. Right? India play Australia on the 28th and before that they play Australia on the 20th. So they both actually play on the same day. I think by that time India will have an idea. Because it might just end up being like you expect South Africa to win. Finish with 6. Sorry, not 6. 8. They will have 8. They will have 8. And then if India, you expect India also to win the next match. It will end up turning into
When I was initiated into the Brotherhood, I swore, among many things, to stay my blade from innocent flesh. As I uttered my oath, I nearly choked on emotion. I felt it sing in my soul. A cruel twist of fate, perhaps, that this oath would turn out to be my undoing.
Ultimately, they should still dance themselves to beat Australia because they have done it. Not that they don't have the ability to play that well. And on the big stage now, we've seen that. But it does remind you of it of 2024. I don't want to be too negative, but Muslim game against Australia is the good stage.
The pursuit gone wrong. A miscalculation on my part. A young girl, fear and confusion etched into her lifeless eyes. My hidden blade, bright and sticky, with the waxy sheen of her blood. To this day, I do not know her name. It's likely for the best. One thing to have nightmares, another thing to know them on a first name basis.
Yeah, I feel like that's a big role for in the way of a fast bowler standpoint. One fast bowler standpoint. Yeah, Nandini Sharma did bowl decent this game, but can you really ban on her against Australia?
He did it only 2 overs, right? The last one, she did a point. What I want to say is that. Essentially, she went for 13 runs in the first 2 overs.
The nightmare that has pursued me since my excommunication from the Brotherhood. From Spain to far-flung ports, Malacca, Formosa. That song I once felt, that once stirred my heart. Silent. And then Macau, where I was shaken. Briefly from my drunken haze. A discussion between 2 men, Templars, talking in the open, boldly and unquestioned. I listened intently as they spoke of an expedition in the chain of islands they called Japan. They departed, and I followed.
It's not the build open game, and it's just supposed to be India's friends, by the way. Good thing. I think they'll be very, very good. And let's see what we can take if they have another comeback. Let's say and the big game against Australia. It will end up being good. Yeah. After that, I think the guys will join you for that game. Yeah. On that note, goodbye.
In the year of 1549, I landed at Nagasaki. The arrival of Francisco Javier's delegation provided ample cover and access.
We love the game.
I absorbed as much as I could, testing the instinct I was certain had faded since I violated the Brotherhood's 3 tenets. Since I stumbled from the path I had covered it for so long. I was wrong. My instincts simply hibernated, waiting for a new war. And in the land of Japan, I had found it. Or it found me. Couldn't fight it alone. I would need allies, soldiers. Progress is slow, but promising. And she is promising as well. A Japanese girl that I saved.
Stay your place.
Her arm has shriveled from starvation. I wonder how her wrist can bear the weight of a hidden blade. But I recognize the look in her eyes. She She's determined to learn, has the potential to become lethal, to open her heart to the music that once guided me, a tune I had not expected to hear again. Before my day of atonement comes, I am content to do what I have always done. Kill in the name of freedom. To prove my faith in the name of a brotherhood that will not have me. And the new one I will build. The nightmare, it will subside.
செகண்ட் பெஸ்ட் சொல்றீங்க இவங்களையே ஆஸ்திரேலியா அதோட கதையா இருக்காங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்றீங்க ஒரு டஃப் லாஸ் ஃபார் இந்தியா டேக்கஸ் த்ரூ உங்களோட ஓப்பனிங் கார்ட்ஸ் ரைட் ஃப்ரம் டாஸ் பிச்சு கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டமா இருந்தா அப்படின்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பேட்டிங் வரும்போது
ஆவரேஜ் வின்னிங் ஸ்கோர் எவ்வளவுன்னு சொன்னீங்க?
ஞாபகம் இல்ல, தயவுசெய்து சொல்லிடுங்க.
170. நீங்க எவ்வளவு அடிச்சாங்க?
170. 168 கரெக்ட்.
எத்தனை பால்ல ஸ்பேர் பண்ணாங்க சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்கா?
சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்கா 5 பால்ஸ் ஸ்பேரா?
நான் சொன்ன இந்த 12 ரன் கூட அடிச்சிருந்தா ஒரு சான்ஸ் இருக்குமா?
கண்டிப்பா
ஃபாஸ்ட் பவுலர்ஸ் இல்லாம இங்கிலாந்துக்கு நீங்க போனீங்கன்னா இந்தியா மாதிரி உங்களுக்கு பால் வந்து நிறைய திரும்பாது, நிற்காது, பவுன்ஸ் ஜாஸ்தியா இருக்கும், நிறைய கட்டு சுழிப்பு ஆடுவாங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னோம். இவங்க திருப்பி என்ன பண்ணாங்க, 2 பால் அருந்ததி ரெட்டி எடுத்துட்டு போறாங்க. ஏன்னா அருந்ததி ரெட்டி பேட்டிங் ஆடுவாங்க. ஓகே, சந்தினி சர்மா வீட்டு கிடையாது, டீசன்ட் பாஸ் போறாங்க. அங்க என்ன சொன்னோம், பால் தான் காப் இப்போ 2 பக்கமும் நகர்த்துவாங்க. Shuffling is mine, one of the fastest in one cricket. Ayaboga Saka 12 over quality fast bowling. ஓகே, அதுக்கப்புறம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா I couldn't believe my eyes on one thing. ராதா யாதவ் எப்படின்னா ஒரு பெறலாம பிடிப்பாங்க கேட்ச். நிறைய டைம் ராதா யாதவ் வந்து சப்ஸ்டிடியூட் ஃபீல்டரை சும்மாவே கொண்டு வராங்க. Like to fire the fielder. The first catch of the dive, நேர ஒரு கேட்ச் விட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் விட்டு டைப் பண்ணி கடுத்தாங்க பாருங்க, அங்கதான் மேட்சே போச்சு அவங்களுக்கு. இன்னொன்னு சொல்றேன், பட்டபெருட்டி ராதா யாதவ் கேட்ச் விட்டாங்க. இன் மை ஹம்பிள் ஒப்பீனியன், பிரேமா லைக் ஆஃப் எக்ஸ்பெக்டிங் ராதா யாதவ் டு பிளே. Don't have confidence in Radha Yadav, he should have been playing for the top. ஒன்னே ஒன்று தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, ஏன் டெத் ஓவர்ஸ்ல பிரிடாமினன்ட்லி சின்ன வச்சு போக முடியாதுன்னா, முதல் கிரிக்கெட்ல அது பவர் பிளேக்கு அப்புறமும் முடிய வரைக்கும் 4 பேர் தான் விளையாட்டுக்கு வெளியே இருக்க முடியும். 5 பேர் கிடையாது.
You there! Excuse me!
I thank you for stopping. Not many linger with the bandit presence here.
They've been causing you trouble?
Trouble for everyone. I see most of what goes on here while grazing my animals. Things going missing in the night. People stalked. Animals butchered. What if I'm next?
I'll keep an eye out for the bandits here and stop them if it comes to that.
I would be grateful. We all would.
Unfortunately, இன்னைக்கு இன்னும் எக்ஸ்பென்சிவா போயிட்டாங்க. இவங்களும் எக்ஸ்பென்சிவா போயிட்டாங்க. பிரேமாவும் they have 40 goals. Jafari Verma 4 overs to get 2 front line bowlers according to you. That is Arundhati and இவங்க நந்தினி சர்மா 10 ஓவர் என்ன பண்ணா 75 for 2. இந்தியா 82 for 3. 7 இருந்து கூட ஒரு விக்கெட் பார்த்தாங்க. Unfortunately, India lost the cream of their strategy. India recharge padala. Therefore, very first ball, hey, down the track, யாரையும் வந்து ஒரு ஸ்லிப் அடிச்சா ஆஹா அப்படின்னு நினைச்சேன். கரெக்டா அப்படிதான் மாறி தான் பார்க்கணும். இந்த மாதிரி ஆடிட்டு அவங்க இறங்கி
Wasn't sure I'd ever come back here, but not all the memories are bad.
No way! I can't find Mikang!
She's around here somewhere.
I looked in all of Mikang's usual hiding spots. Remember? When we painted her that day. But she wasn't in any of them. Can you find Mikang? I'm sure there are signs of her somewhere.
Ah, there! I think I see her.
Mikang! No way, Yasuke, look! Mikang had babies! Can we take them back with us? Please? I'll take good care of them. I promise.
Junjiro.
There are lots of animals at Auntie Tomiko's. Why can't we bring home a few more?
It's not that we can't, Junjiro. It's that we shouldn't. I know you love Mikang, but this is her home. And now she's grown up. She has a family of her own. So you have to trust her. Trust that she can take care of herself.
Okay, but I'm going to name all the mini Mikangs before we leave.
He has a heart too big for his head, that Junjiro.
He's a good boy.
I have known many such people. Too vulnerable for their own good.
But they are good for the rest of us. He will build a better world atop our ashes, just like Mekong has.
They're so beautiful this time, and they're orange.
கண்டிப்பா இந்தியா வந்து நெக்ஸ்ட் எந்த கேம் தோக்கிறதுக்கான எந்த விதமான அறிகுறியுமே இருக்கக்கூடாது. பிகாஸ் ரன் ரேட் படி பிளஸ் 2.511 இருக்காங்க இந்தியா அண்ட் சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்கா மைனஸ் 0.546 இருக்காங்க. ப்ராபபிலி நீங்க சொல்ற மாதிரி ஆஸ்திரேலியா வந்து 6 பாயிண்ட் இருக்காங்க. பாயில் டவுன் டு இந்தியா ஆர் சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்கா இன் டர்ம்ஸ் ஆஃப் ரன் ரேட் தான் நான் நினைக்கிறேன். பிகாஸ் நீங்க என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க அதை பத்தி? பட் அகைன் இந்த கேமை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் வாட் மேக் த டிஃபரன்ஸ் வாஸ் ஃபாஸ்ட் bowling 100% மீடியம் பேஸ். நம்ம எப்படி ரிஃப்ளெக்ட் பண்ணணும்? எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு சின்ன சந்தேகம். சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்கன் விமென்ஸ் டீம் வந்து ஸ்பீட் ஆஃப் ஸ்பீட் பாக்குறாங்க ரெகுலரா. நீங்க இதெல்லாம் பாக்குறாங்களா? டெக்னிக்ஸ் எல்லாம் பாக்குறாங்களா? நிறைய மீடியம் பேஸ் கொடுத்தாங்க. absolutely தப்பு. இது டூரிங் போட்டாங்க. தப்ப சரி பண்ணாங்க. அப்புறமா எப்போ எடுத்து யூஸ் பண்ணாங்க? சூப்பரா போலீஸ் போட்டாங்க. அயமுக காரணம் பிரில்லியண்டா போலீஸ் போட்டாங்க. ஆல்டாம் கேம்ப் கம்ப்ளீட் நான் பேசவே இல்லைனா வேற லெவல் அந்த விக்கெட் வந்து அவுட்ஸ்டாண்டிங் விக்கெட். சான்சர் உமன் கிரிக்கெட்ல இந்த மாதிரி நம்ம பேசுற மாதிரி எப்படி போறாங்க விக்கெட் எடுக்கிறாங்க. சப்தம் இஸ்மாயில் வந்து சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்கா பேட்டிங் ஆல்சோ வெரி வெரி கான்ஃபிடன்ட். நம்ம சொன்ன மாதிரி வீக்கர் எனக்கு ஒரே ஒன்று தான் புரியல. நீங்க எப்படி வந்து 73 டர்க்கீஸ் ஆஃப் போட்டீங்கன்னா எங்குமே வந்து யோசிச்சுட்டு இருக்கேன். ப்ராபபிலி ஒரு ஸ்பின் கேட்ச் மான்செஸ்டர் வந்து ஸ்பின் பெட்டரா இருக்குமோ அப்படின்ற ஒரு கான்செப்ட் கொடுத்துட்டீங்க. நான் நினைக்கிறேன் மான்செஸ்டர் ஒரு ட்ரீட்டை பார்த்துட்டீங்க. விமன்ஸ் ஜாக்கெட் வெரி கிடையாது. ஒரு சிக்னஸ் என்ன பண்ண முடியுங்கிறது தனியாக எடுத்து போயிருக்காங்க சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்கா. பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் வியூ சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்கா கடைசி இந்தியா lot of things to adjust. அதுல பெயிண்டிங் ஃபாஸ்ட் bowling பாயிண்ட் டேபிள் ஒரு அப்படினா இப்போ என்ன சிச்சுவேஷன் கடைசியா வரதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. இந்தியா வந்து கேம் அப்பார்ட் ஃப்ரம் சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்கா இங்க ஸ்கிப் பண்றாங்க எல்லா கேமும். அப்படின்னா கூட ரிட்டர்ன் ரேட் தான் ஒரு ஃபேக்டரா வந்து நிக்க போதாங்க சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்கா இந்தியா. ஏன்னா ஆஸ்திரேலியா ஐ திங்க் இந்தியாவோட கோட்டா கூட குவாலிஃபை ஆகி வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. நெதர்லாண்ட்ஸ்ல வந்து ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய மார்ஜின் 30 ரன் அடிக்கணும். ஓகே அந்த மாதிரி
Stop your whining. You'll ruin my appetite.
One of Rufino's killers, then. This one sent by the traitor.
India has to beat Australia and no matter what the margin is there. So the South Africa ரெண்டு மேட்சையும் ஜெயிச்சாங்க. சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்கா ரெண்டு மேட்ச் இருக்கு, இந்தியாவுக்கு ரெண்டு மேட்ச் இருக்கு. ஸோ ரெண்டு மேட்ச் வந்து இந்தியா ஜெயிச்சாங்க அப்படின்னா they will be par with Australia, they will be par with South Africa. The top two teams which have got better record will qualify. That will be India and Australia. Still Australia will top the group and India will finish second behind Australia. அதனால வந்து இந்த ரெட்டன் ரேட்டுக்கு பிரச்சனையே உங்களுக்கு கிடையாது. இந்த ரெட்டன் ரேட்ல நீங்க பிடிக்கவே முடியாது. ஏன்னா அவங்களுக்கும் தெரியணும் என்னன்னு. இப்போ அவங்க என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, கடைசி மேட்ச் வந்து இந்தியா தான் ஆடுறாங்க அந்த லாஸ்ட் லீக் மேட்ச் அப்படிங்கும் போது அவங்களுக்கு அந்த மாதிரி சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்கா வந்து பங்களாதேஷ்லயோ நெதர்லாண்ட்ஸ்லயோ தோற்றா உங்களுக்கு வந்து வேற மாதிரி போகும். பட் ஐ திங்க் சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்கா லூசிங். அதாவது இது ரொம்ப சிம்பிள் உங்களுக்கு. ஏன் வந்து எட்ஜ நான் கொடுத்தேன் அப்படின்னா வெரி வெரி சிம்பிள். இது வந்துட்டு இந்த இதுல வந்துட்டு ஸ்பின்னர்ஸ் ஆஃப் பவுண்டர்ஸ் தட் வெல் ஹியர்
but you cannot go with less of what was in the cut. கடைசி 2 மேட்ச் நீங்க நடந்திருக்கிற மேட்ச்ல 12 விக்கெட் பாஸ் போல வச்சிருக்காங்க, 20 விக்கெட் செலவு செஞ்சிருக்காங்க. ஓகே, அதுல எந்த பிரச்சனையும் கிடையாது அப்படிங்கிறது இன்னைக்கு வந்து இந்தியா அப்பார்ட் இவங்களோட போலீஸாவே நிறைய போலீஸாவே இந்தியா வெரி வெரி பேட் ஆனஸ்டி
That old man flashed by like the wind.
அப்படிங்கும்போது உங்களுக்கு சபாலி வர்மாவை நீங்க வந்து கணக்குல சேர்க்கக்கூடாது. ஏன்னா சபாலி வர்மா இப்ப நேஷன் போலர். இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு இதுல
இல்ல எனக்கு என்னன்னா இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஹை இன்டென்ஸ் ஹை ஆப்ஷன் சபாலி வர்மா வச்சு பார்ப்பாங்க இல்லையா, என்ன இது Somebody has to go the game. அது escape over அது இன்சர்ட் பண்றாங்க, அதுதான் எஸ்பிடா. அதுதான் எனக்கு அந்த ஃபைனல் சொல்லணும்.
The decline of the full going fast bowler, only front line fast bowler. Remember, I said that it's a protect the fast going attack of the net. One day I expected them to score 170. Score 170 and then he was 25%. It was not a total point of view. And then the second thing is, DC was just one of the 5-star performance. DC Pakistan was a 5-star performance.
Oh, come on, Nara.
He brought that World Cup 5 World Cup here, World Cup to World Cup 5 because now more than 44 players are participating. Radha Yadav might have dropped 2 tests. That is a different issue, but it's Radha Yadav who played ahead of Prema. That is not exactly another mistake in my opinion. Another Renuka Singh Thakur ஆடிக்கணும். Renuka Singh Thakur ஆடி the pitch is also on the cue ball. Lara Wolford நீங்க எடுத்துட்டு அது நீங்க எடுத்துட்டு இந்த மேட்ச் ஆல்மோஸ்ட் ரெண்டு நீங்க தோக்குறீங்க அப்படின்னா unfortunately your plans are not really up to the mark. இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சிச்சுவேஷன் தான் தெரிஞ்சு அதை பண்ணாதீங்க. அருந்ததி டீச்சர் பேட் இங்க உங்களுக்கு ஸ்டார்டிங் இந்த மாதிரி அடிக்கலன்னா அருந்ததி டீச்சர் பிகாஸ் நீங்க பேட்ல நீங்க எடுக்கிறது எந்த பிரயோஜனம் கிடையாது. இட் இஸ் எவர் ஆக்சுவலி இந்த பிளேயிங் லெவல் பட் ஆல்சோ பிகாஸ் டிசர்வ் டு வின் தே வர் பெட்டர் தென் இந்தியா.
இல்ல பிடா என்னன்னா ஜஸ்டிஃபிகேஷன் ஃபார் பிளேயிங் பிரேமா வந்து பிரேமா ராவத் வந்து டாப்லி ஆல் ரைட் பேட்டிங் ஜோய் ட்ரேவனை தவிர ரைட் பேட்டிங் கிடையாது. லெஃப்ட் ஆஃப் ஸ்பின்னர் ரைட் பேட்டிங். சோ அவங்க கூட எல்லாருமே ரைட் பேட்டிங். அதுக்கு நீங்க why do you want to go with Prema Rawat that you have an experienced Radha Yadav also அவங்க வந்து சரியா bowling போல நீங்க அவங்க பெருசா எக்ஸ்போஸ் பண்ண வேணாம்னு நினைச்சீங்க. ஒரு மூணாவது ஸ்பின்னரா அவங்க வந்து ஒரு 2 ஓவர் போட வச்சு Radha Yadav can also hit big balls. Radha Yadav has also been wanted to hit with the bat for RCB. So நல்ல ஃபீல்டர் பட் அகைன் நீங்க ஃபீல்டிங் சரியா பண்ணல. 2 கேட்ச் கொடுத்தாங்க, அதெல்லாம் ஒரு சைடு தள்ளி வச்சாலும் காம்பினேஷன் வைஸ் ஒரு லெஃப்ட் ஆஃப் ஸ்பின்னர் இஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் பெட்டர். இல்ல பிடா நீங்க ஆல்ரெடி நிறைய சொல்லுவீங்க லெக் ஸ்பின்னரோட கண்ட்ரோலோட லெஃப்ட் ஆஃப் ஸ்பின்னர் ஃபிங்கர் ஸ்பின் எஸ்பெஷலி கண்ட்ரோல் பெட்டரா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு இந்தியா மிஸ்ட் ட்ரிக் தேர் நினைக்கிறேன். ப்ராபபிலி எஸ் பிடா.
Particularly in women's cricket, when you have only 4 fielders outside throughout the game. அப்படிங்கும்போது இன்னைக்கு விக்கெட் எடுக்கிறது யாரையா லெஃப்ட் ஆஃப் ஸ்பின்னர் ஸ்பீக்கர் இருக்கு. இப்ப லெஃப்ட் ஹேண்டர் இல்லன்றீங்க. இப்ப ஆடினா 6 பேர் ரைட் ஹேண்டர். அடுத்த வர டனிக்கு நெக்கற்கு வண்ணக்கற்கு ரைட் ஹேண்டர். விக்கெட் கீப்பர் சினோவா ஜாப்னா ரைட் ஹேண்டர். ஐமோகா சாப்னா ரைட் ஹேண்டர். ஒரே ஒரு லெஃப்ட் ஹேண்டர் தான் கடைசியில சம்திங் இஸ்மாயில் மட்டும்தான். அப்படிங்கும்போது நீங்க சொன்ன பாயிண்ட் வந்து ரொம்ப கரெக்ட். ராதா யாதவ் இஸ் ஆல்சோ ரியலி ஃபிட் டு தி ஏர். அதுல கிடையாது. The third one you got a 28 for 2 upon the factor element to fall. Other than that, திருச்சரணியை போனதோட திருச்சரணியை டெஸ்பைட் against அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு மேட்ச் வந்து சிட்டிங் over அப்போ வந்து வேலாயுதம் எல்லாம் போட்டிருந்தாங்க திருச்சரணியோட ரெண்டு மூணு டெஸ்பைட் வச்சுக்கலாம் திருச்சரணி இந்த ஒன் போல்டு இந்த டெஸ்ட் அண்ட் கான் கடை நிக்கல கவுண்ட் உங்களுக்கு வந்து சான்ஸே கிடையாது நீங்க டிஃபெண்ட் பண்றதுக்கு இவ்வளவு வந்ததே பெரிய விஷயம் the moment the partnership started building after the last 2 years which is 15,000 bricks அதுக்கப்புறம் இவங்க என்ன முன்னாடியே நம்ம 1000 bricks மாதிரி ஒரு பிளேயர் எப்போ அவங்க வெளியே உட்காந்து வச்சிருக்கீங்க அப்படின்னு கரெக்டா எடுத்து தொலைநிறுத்தி பதிலாக அவங்க புரிஞ்சுட்டாங்க நான் எதிர்பார்க்காத ஒரு டெனை பண்ணிட்டு டேலண்ட் கேளார கேட்கிறேன் அவங்க வந்து ஒரு எக்ஸ்ப்ளோசிவ் பிளேயர் டிஃபென்ஸ் டெனை பண்ணிட்டு பெட்டர் பிளேயர் அப்படின்னு அதனால எந்த இதுவுமே கிடையாது சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்கா டீம் ஆல் த பாசிபிலிட்டி அண்ட் அட்வான்டேஜ் த டாஸ் டீம் த டாஸ் பேட்டிங் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கெட்டிங் த புல்லட் ஸ்டார்ட் இன் 6 overs அந்த போச்சு அதுக்கப்புறம் ராங் playing selection quality fast bowlers in the unfortunately two blemishes in the field by Radha Yadav. These are all the reasons cannot be played the curve. Now they got an upgrade downgrade, but still they are in the tournament. Now only to worry over it. They are still into the tournament. If they can beat Australia, off another they will beat Bangladesh. It's going to give confidence, give the winning momentum back before taking an Australia. They will play in last. It's not going to be easy. South Africa will have their nose ahead to reach past India to get into top 4 at this stage. But you will never know if it can happen.
இல்ல வர்ச்சுவல் பிளே ஆஃப் கேம் தான் ஆஸ்திரேலியாவோட இந்தியாவுக்கு ப்ராபப்லி இப்போ என்ன விளையாண்டு போயிடா பிஃபோர் தி கோயிங் டு சம்திங் ஆஃப் இட் ஜஸ்ட் கோயிங் ஆன் ஸ்மால் क्वेश्चन இந்தியாவோட ஸ்ட்ரெngth வந்து ஸ்பின் அதுதான் இந்தியாவோட இன்னைக்கு டவுன்ஃபாலா அமைஞ்சிருக்குன்னு நினைக்கும் போது தேர் ஹஸ் பீன் சம் சேஞ்ச் வேர் ஃபாஸ்ட் பாலிங் ஃப்ரண்ட்ல வந்து சி இப்போ வந்து ஒரு திங்க் டேங்கா எப்படி யோசிச்சிருப்பாங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல இப்போ யூ கேன் டீப்ரீஃப் தட் இட் வில் பி வெரி ஈஸி ஃபார் அஸ் டு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் இப்போ நம்மளோட ஸ்ட்ரெngth ஸ்பின் தான் பட் ஆனா கண்டிஷன்ஸ்மே ஸ்பின்னுக்கு தான் சொல்லுது பட் இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஸ்பின்ல வந்து ரொம்ப ஒரு அக்ரெசிவா ஆடக்கூடிய ஒரு டீம் சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்கா பட் இவங்களுக்கு அகைன்ஸ்டா உங்க ஸ்ட்ரென்த் ஃபாஸ்ட் போலிங் இல்ல ஒருவேளை ரேணுகா சிங் தாக்கூர் ஆடி அவங்க சரியா போட மாட்டாங்களோன்னு ஒரு பிரச்சனை மைண்ட்ல இருக்கிறதுனால எக்ஸ்ட்ரா ஸ்பின்னரோட போகலாம் அப்படின்னு ஆல் ஆனஸ்டி தயவு செஞ்சு பிரேமா தயவு செஞ்சு யாருமே குறை சொல்லாதீங்க ப்ளீஸ் அவங்க வந்து ஒரு ஹை ஆப்டேட் கேம் வந்து டைரக்டா இறங்குறாங்க லெக் ஸ்பின்னர் கண்ட்ரோல் கம்மியா தான் இருக்கும் அவங்க மேல எந்த தப்புமே கிடையாது இந்த பிளேஸ் ஸ்ட்ரெயிட்டா பாட்டி ஆடி இருந்தாலுமே இந்தியா would have suffered a loss here 100%. ஏன்னா கண்டிப்பா தோத்துப்பாங்கன்னு நான் சொல்ல வரல அவ்வளவு ஈஸியான பீஸ் பண்ணி இந்த பேட்டிங் லைனப்ப எஸ்பெஷலி வித் லாட் ஆஃப் ரைட் ஹேண்டர்ஸ் என்ன சிவியரா இருந்தாங்கன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும் ஆஸ்திரேலியா கடிச்சா இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு இக்கட்டான சிச்சுவேஷன் இருக்கும்போது அவவே இல்லை உடனே நீங்க நினைச்ச உடனே யாரும் கால் பாஸ் பண்ண முடியாது ரீடெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி going to work, going into the next step. Bangladesh is okay, understandable. எப்படி சொல்றது ஒரு டீம் லீடருக்கு பார்த்தாலே வந்து கம்பேரிசன்ல வெயிட்டேஜ் இந்தியா பெட்டரா இருக்காங்க ஜெயிச்சுவாங்க பட் ஆஸ்திரேலியா கரெக்டா மேட்ச் அப் போல் ரெடியூசியோ இல்ல ப்ராப்பர் பிளானிங் பண்ணல சம்பாதிங்க எப்படி எக்ஸ்போ பண்ணியா இந்த ஹோல்ஸ் வந்து இந்த டோர்னமெண்ட் போய் அடக்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கா
To be very honest with you, the indication of negative players coming from North India is not attacking.
We've seen how they fight my way out.
Curse you!
I'm onto your scent.
I should take these messages to Rufino to decode. Another encoded letter. That makes 3.
That is a wrong concept of people. You have to understand fast forward the right and the jump tomorrow. ஏன் அவ்வளோ பேஸ் போடுறாங்கன்னா ஜம்ப் கம்மியா இருக்கு குதிரை மாதிரி மேல போற பியூட்டிஃபுல்லா ஜம்ப் இருக்கு ஆழமரத்துல பாடியா பழமரத்துல பாடி அப்படிங்கும் போது அவங்க கொடுக்குற பேஸ் வந்து கரெக்ட் பேஸ் இட்ஸ் நாட் அ வைடர் பேஸ். ரெண்டாவது பாத்தீங்கன்னா நான் முன்னாடில இருந்து சொல்லிட்டே இருந்தேன். ஓகே, ஒரு சில பேண்ட் இப்படி எடுத்துட்டு போவாங்க, இப்படி எடுத்துட்டு போகவே முடியாது. கம்மியான டவுன் பேண்டை வச்சு லேண்ட் இருக்கட்டும், கொரோனா இருக்கட்டும், இருக்கட்டும், ஹை பேண்ட் இருக்காது, லோ பேண்ட் இருக்கும். பவர் ஹிட்டிங்கோட கான்செப்ட் உள்ள புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. பவர் ஹிட்டிங் போது when you are trying to contact the wall, that must be much closer to your upper body and front foot. Okay, அங்கதான் என்ன உங்களோட உங்களோட ஹேண்ட் உங்களோட அப்பர் பாடி ஷோல்டர் பவர் ஜெனரேஷன்ல பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் கான்டாக்ட்ல இருக்கும். நான் சொல்றது விஷுவலைஸ் பண்ணிப்பாங்க. பேண்டை வச்சுருக்கீங்க, இந்த பேண்ட் போய் ஸ்ட்ரெயிட் அவே ஆஃப் யுவர் அப்பர் பாடி. தட் இஸ் நாட் தி ஹிட்டிங் ஜோன். மேலே போகும்போது என்ன ஆகும்? பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் கான்டாக்ட் கிளியர்.
Lost contact! இப்படி நடிப்பாரு. ஏன் இந்த கான்ஸ்டன்ட் பவர் ஜெனரேஷன் இதை போட்டு தப்பா கிட்டே இருக்கும். அதேதான் அடிக்கவே முடியாது. உங்களுக்கு வந்துட்டு வைடர் பிரேக் பெருசா வச்சுட்டீங்கன்னா பவர் இது பண்ணா நினைக்காதீங்க. ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் வைடர் பிரேக் கொடுத்தா அடிக்க முடியும், பாஸ் போறது அடிக்க முடியாது. அவருமே பவர் மேல பவர் ஹிட்டிங் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காரு. அவர் பவர் ஆக்சுவலா நீங்க சொல்றீங்க கொஞ்சம் கான்டாக்ட் போயிட்டு நல்ல ரீச்ல ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இருக்கு.
எங்க அடிக்கிறாரு செக் பண்ணி அடிப்பாரு. எக்ஸ்ட்ரா கமெண்ட் மெடா அவர் செக் பண்ணி பால லேட்டா அப்படி அடிப்பாரு. அவர் பத்து மாதிரி வரும். அவர் வந்து இப்படி அடிக்கவே மாட்டாரு. அவர் எப்படி அடிக்கிறாரு? பால வெயிட் பண்ணி அப்படி மாதிரி அப்படி அப்படி ஏன்னா delaying a shot even though it's not a bad pitch like that, he's delaying the shot point of contact is not to his right foot. So இப்படி அடிக்கவே மாட்டார். That is the reason. The most important thing for the power hitting is the point of contact. Where the power hitting point of contact lies hitting the sweet spot of the bat in the height and elevation. சொன்ன போய் வச்சு பாருங்க. இது ஒரு வகுந்தாரி
Time has not been kind to the shinobi of Hope. Still, Shote should be here.
I sleep little time away, but seasons change. Not
This place is hostile. Best to go.
Who is there? My enemies. Come and try me, Akechi dogs.
Akechi? We hunt Akechi dogs down in Iga. I wish only to speak with you.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Lord Rokkaku Yoshikata.
That name is dead. My clan is gone.
Then Shote, if you prefer. You are a brave warrior. You fought against Oda Nobunaga longer than anyone. We need your help. You fought with your shinobi in the hills. You battled beside the Ikoiki. You held the walls at the siege of Ishiyama Honganji.
On the wrong side. We lost. My followers have drifted away like petals in the wind. And now, the great enemy is dead. Someone is coming.
I've got my sunglasses on because I've been weeping since the...
Old man of Omi! Come out and die!
Faithful daughter,
well,
bring me my sword! Warriors of the Akechi clan are here.
Shota's too drunk to fight. We need to protect him.
Which I won't surprise it now, but if I had to surprise it later, I would say...
I will go out and cut them down.
Really bad test match team, and all that was their own. Then they dropped some matches, and they just didn't play like a proper test match cricket team at any point in the game, and got deservedly started by a team that on paper was better. But bear in mind, New Zealand lost Kate Williams, which is like taking Blue out of England, isn't it? And they just put in a pretty experienced guy. I heard Michael Vaughan bagging off Henry Nichols earlier. It was like, he's not as good as Bethel, and he's not as like he's played 60 test matches, hasn't he? And he's played a World Cup final, and he's played 150 odd times for his country. So he's a good person to come in and replace. You've got some class and experience there. And England are just chucking in, whoever happens to be available, and let this guy have a day off, and these two are banned, we don't know why, all this sort of nonsense. So it's full nonsense to start with. England won the toss, chuck that advantage away, just completely stupid all the way through as usual. But honestly, that team was no good, the team that they picked. And it's their own fault that they picked them.
And I mean, if you look at the team, of course, just don't play my team, it's just and does that in this match. That is happening. So let's drop spots on that a bit later. First, we got a test match review. In the second test, that we go to the bench to stand aside of the so then we down to the base. Jordan Box, and then we had Sonny Baker up out Baz or Vic. He was also making his debut as James had to fill in for JD Smith. Smith, of course, had his night off. And congratulations to him.
Make your move! He's come for us! Shameless moment! You need 10 soldiers to kill one old man! Goodbye, warrior.
Yeah, and this is because the management, as we now have, if anyone needed it confirming, if anyone needed it confirming, but they publicly, the worst place they
soldiers to kill one old man.
Great news. I understand. I understand this. And then get paid by
Each your day.
Fine. But he is somebody, James Smith, who got pelters slightly unfairly in national tournament. Showed some promise in the first test for his career advancement. Doesn't mean we're missing that test match, doesn't mean, but he does. If I let him play, we then have Drew playing, right? There's so many things to pick in this test match.
Let me die like my sons and warriors.
James Drew,
One by one, they melted away like morning dew.
Very, very promising.
Why save a wretch like me?
Quite a lot of test matches.
I believe that other
Enough self-pity, old man. We need your help.
For what? What can I do? We need to break into Sakamoto Castle, but it is too well guarded. I don't know that place. The traitor Mitsuhide built it
I was very disappointed.
after the Order conquered Omi.
What about your shinobi? The 53 families of Koga? Don't they know a way in?
It's really, really hard to trust wicket. But his wicket keeping,
He's useless.
Blondel.
I always knew the shinobi of Koga lacked discipline.
Blondel, or Blundell, however you want to pronounce it. Blondel was one of the main reasons New Zealand was so threatening to his position, because he was able to stand up
Wait.
to stunts against
There is
85
one clan member
and that
left
is a skill
who
in
can
itself,
help.
and it should not be
My
dismantled.
daughter,
That's a big
Katsumi.
thing for New Zealand.
She has a scout at
They
Sakamoto.
did practice it.
Where is she?
They did know it was a good way
She
to keep
went to
it
Enyakuji
quiet.
on Mount Hiei.
Why would she go there? Why would anyone go there?
For someone
It
to
is a
be
place
that
of ghosts.
effective behind this stuff, it's one thing he'd been there,
To
then
hunt
you
our
have to
enemies.
and then you watch Rue, who is
Who
standing
defy
in the
me.
yard further back than he should have been.
Punish
me. That he grasped, that he wasn't standing in the right place.
Wait,
Didn't manage
a
to get
moment.
married.
You
He was
two
a big
saved
negative.
my life.
And
When the
England-
time comes,
in the first innings,
I
when
will
England
stand
had
with you
about
at
60, about
Sakamoto.
300, 50 of those were bloody extras, right? And a lot of big.
I will head to Enyakuji. Akechi's warriors are on the move.
Alright, I'll find you in Sakamoto later.
Yeah, it was some of those guys could have been good guys to be fair. But he looked bad behind the stumps. He didn't look like he was going to stop anything. It was difficult. He didn't look like he was going to catch anything. And at one point, I think when England got to 300, it was the highest percentage of buys ever from England in the first 300 runs. In the last 92 years, and the guy before, the wicketkeeper got injured and the 47-year-old had a go, right? And so that's, to put it into perspective, it's near enough all-time worst number of guys conceded. That's not all his fault, but when you have the other wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps against a lot of bowling that was just as quick as anything England were throwing down, and doing really, really well, he was causing LBWs, which he did in the first test match. He was behind some of the LBWs. Bear in mind, Henry was able to get Root and Good out in both innings. You know, no one's ever done that before. And Root to the LBW in both of them to Henry with the keeper out. It's a huge deal that they had someone who's able to do that. And England didn't, right? And I'm not saying James Smith definitely would have done it. And I understand that playing at one level and then leaping to test matches is a huge deal. So we shouldn't be too harsh on Root. But his selection is part of the reason why England didn't win this test match. And I think that's a fair comment to come out with.
Yeah. I mean, look, there were not speed, that experience when it comes to them. Because that big one also did not have front leg spinner, still better than who did not put it on. Still, overrate was another concern, and they have been wrong 12 points. All the ones that they had won, that gods are now gone because overrates, that's not a concern. And actually, one problem about Kuku is when we discussed Stokes and how he has hospitalized contact in the end, there was learning.
It is harder than it looks.
Well, with the back, it does all right in the system. What he's instructed first thing, then pretty much successful the second thing. He has also become the lead cricketer in this world. 14,000 test runs. He couldn't see things with the back, I thought, okay, that's not a superior this match. As captain, okay, fine, maybe the team is selected by Baz as well, it's not whatever. But first, winning the toss, playing the field, perhaps the second innings, because that back went 6 minutes up 4. Bear in mind. So maybe century, maybe first thing we need to do, or maybe the Baz was like space, getting the key, and then really good management. So there's
So, we'll go with this. Reed's captaincy is very bad, and it was over a large number of times. Also very bad, because they were negative and they spent most of their captaincy trying to play that much honestly, I love Stokes' captaincy. I've said it every time, I continue to say it. Because at least he tried to win, but like I said before, we didn't get many of the decisions right in terms of declarations and stuff. But at least the onus on the team was on winning and trying to push games forward, which is great. So we know Rick is the thing with the captain. The reason I said it against the last test match in captain is because there was no one else to do it. They needed some sort of, in the entire setup, because there certainly isn't anyone management. The MD and coach and everything else, they're all completed. And so when they're picking the team, Bashir not playing, playing the last one and not bowling, and then not playing this one when they've got those fit, it shows that they have no idea what they're doing. I don't mind the decision, right? That's okay. Bowling versus playing. So first of all, toss decision fine, because often if you get anything out of the over it's early and then it flattens out and plays better. That's okay, old first touch. But picking Sonny Baker, right, and I understand that Sonny Baker is a good lad for Royal Cats, and it's great to see him conviction. I love his manual version of the stuff around and shows him proper life.
I love his run-up. I think it's very animated. It makes like red that you kind of flutters like doing something to the stuff.
His run-up playground, I there's a good description as well. His run-up is somebody that doesn't know how to bowl in their first ring, right? Which he isn't, because he hasn't played very good for us. He hasn't had much success in it. They picked him for the ODIs, and I was like, I don't understand the things about the ODIs, because he doesn't really play that numbers. And then I gave it through his picture at the time, and he played the and he bowled 42 balls, and he got hit 76 runs, 11, and he didn't take the wicket. And then at T20, he bowled 4 overs, and 56, and he didn't take the wicket. So looking at his first class numbers, where he averages 30, and goes he only played 14 matches. So that isn't something that should be playing so cricket, right, based on his performance. And what he definitely shouldn't be is playing his first test when everyone else is playing their first test, or loads of other people playing their first or second or third, and it's a complete change for everybody. You don't put him in that one, you put him in with the other 10 seconds, you put 40 gamble on another one. So it messed it up, because they picked him every week, every week, they never looked fresh, which is the intent of the mind of Joe, is to deal with. He shouldn't have been in the team, right? Sure. So they picked a team that was way less likely to be the more good thing, and that's their own fault. The fact that they couldn't pick Robinson, they not managed him very well in his career. He played one test match, he got man of the match, and he wasn't picked to play next week.
Exactly, so all of that then
the reason why Ollie Robinson hasn't played in the last 4 years, a lot of it is down to Ollie Robinson. Right? He is, I would look at him, he's a difficult man, and he's made some very poor life decisions, which are going to now. And he is struggling to keep himself fit. He's turned up the game to bowl at 37 miles an hour. Strong management, identify how much talent the man has, work with it. And get into a level where he can play test matches for him. Because presumably if you're a John cricket player, you can play test matches with your cricket, right? So if they haven't managed to get him to that level, and when they did get to that level, like, bloody hell, this guy wants you, and I used to think he wants it, I need it back, he wants to play with it, he wants to give everything. But he's probably not. He'll probably play the match. Okay, so that's him. Fisher, I thought, he should probably be my 28, he knows the game, he's averaging first class, he's about 30 or 29. He looked completely fine to me, and I thought his bowling drive was really, really good in
Even after all these years, the land still bears scars. I'm so silent, so empty. Lord Nobunaga, was it worth it?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So, the thing is, if you've got an attack which is gun bowler, mitigated bowler, another good bowler, and your other baser can do the bishop job, which is when the other one's arresting archer on, he can just keep the less than 3 and over and be a slight better bowler on the right spot, opponent again. That's great. But when the other bowler is Sonny Baker and they don't have a spinner, it becomes crap. And that's what the decided to do. Let's go back to the captain. And you abandoned yourself. What happened was, it got to the bit where Phillips was threatening to get one really and decided, bearing in mind that Joffrey Archer, I've said it, I'll say it again, shall I? But the people back might not learn it. 7 years ago, right through Bowl, they knew that Joffrey Archer had a bad elbow, and they knew that Joffrey Archer could be the key for a decade. They knew that when they had they could have had one of those in the North Line inning, the other one, and he's now managed to 2 tests. Right? So that was because they mismanaged Joffrey. Forty overs in a game that he was not winning. The next inning was around 30. It was definitely 17-2. And in the result from those two, there's 1 draw, 1 match. So it doesn't even look very good. The point is, he's 31 now, he's only playing, he hasn't played 20 test matches yet, this 31-year-old guy, he's known how good he is since he was at school, because they got him from a different country to play him when he was at school. They know how good he is, and so what they did is they were like, well, Phillips might get away from us here, John wants to bowl at his face for an hour, right? He bowled 8 overs on the reel at the end of the day when he was already tired and he hasn't played first class cricket for 6 months. Right? And he gave him time off. I assume to try and manage it, he has to play where he bowls 4 overs a game, and then he has 3 days off, sometimes a week, and then he plays again and bowls 4 overs again. Right? He bowled 8 overs in a row when he was tired at the end of the day. He didn't make great cricket because Phillips played him really good. He was getting on, and Phillips played great in his play. Really and he just kept
Time to locate Chote's daughter. She must be around here somewhere.
He bought a couple and got out of the way of the place. It was very, very good. And he worked did it. Really, really cool, right? The next one is Brendan to have a chance. They are 7 biggest threat when you have to start again. When you have to start again, no one plays it. So England, they decided
name was Yasuke.
This thing.
Who
This
sent
is
you?
it, right? This is well and truly.
Your father.
I have a very,
Well,
very long legend.
Here I am.
We need your help breaking into Sakamoto Castle.
Let the Akechi and the Oda destroy each other. This is Rokkaku land.
I no longer serve the Oda
Requests are
clan.
smarter than ever before.
I work with
But what they offer
a small group
quick
to bring peace.
Peace.
Combos is for people who actually love
This
games.
war-torn
Smarter
land.
analysis.
Look.
Group conversation.
I am working with your father
The game.
to kill Akechi Kagemitsu.
And I'm hunting those who betrayed my father, not chasing useless feuds. But I shall consider your words, Yasuke. Farewell.
Tell to head to Sakamoto. Shoten will be waiting.
And you obviously mentioned that the first initial match was 15 feet. But then again, there's very exciting that maybe the Lord says alright, Darren Mitchell brought on by Jordan Fox to the catch moving yes, Rob Blundell. He was dropped on 34 by a root on the grass. Yeah. And Rob on 24, Blundell scores 51. Now, next up is Carl Nielsen, who just mentioned. He was 55 when Duncan even ends up scoring 41 runs, right? So, as you can see, these runs are accumulating, and that was it for the first inning. Now, you got more runs than 42. Darren Mitchell, 70 extra runs to Rob Blundell. So that comes up to 59. And then Duncan Brooks gets that means that 85 runs they get
Right, so they chucked away 85 just on the face of it, but you must add 15% for extras, right? So let's say nearly 100 they threw away. Also,
more than 100.
Joffre.
85. 85 is a lot, man. 138 runs. They
Oh yes,
the
sorry,
lead.
I meant you had that more including the ones that they let go by, plus extras, plus all the empty days. Anyway, so they're 7 down, and they left for another 100 because Joffre doesn't bother. And when Joffre came into the attack, an hour and 50 minutes after he was watching everybody else hit back, and they were like, we're not going to bowl Joffre down, we want to play England in the second inning. And then it got to 1 hour 50 minutes with them still batting, and England being made to look really, really silly, and they had to throw him the ball. And the innings was all out 5 minutes later. It was a complete fiasco. So that's 100 runs that they conceded on the morning without Joffre. Then we go over, and bear in mind, right, in that first inning, let's not forget, I think it's reasonable to say at least 8 and probably 9 of the Kiwis got himself in that first.
Yeah.
It wasn't great.
It wasn't the bowling that got those numbers, it wasn't the surface that got those numbers. I think it was really, really soft.
Who got the most play around in that first?
In that first inning, it was great, right? The leading cricket the best bowler in the first inning. He was 26. Then Jake Bentham might never have a bigger step, and it was mostly New Zealand who beat with it because they that was the team in that first innings that New Zealand could not even runs, and the second innings might be the best back-to-back because England missed that. At that point, you're feeling that England have really let themselves down by the extras, by the knockouts from the first innings, by selection captaincy, like overbowling Joffre, but it gets better. In the third innings, when New Zealand are back-to-back, Sachin Ravindra, and then at this point New Zealand are to pick start from out of the Sachin Ravindra is batting on 7. Rachin is dropped once again on 67. like side not very straight XC85.
Yeah.
I think I XC is jam. But anyway, so they got global 45 behind the stuff down this side. And then 65 Aluminium games, it's Pro and Game, who are doing most of the dropping in that second. And 121 runs for 10 minutes. Darren Mitchell then dropped on.
Hang on, let me just be there for 1 second. England lost the test match by 253 runs. Just the drops you've said so far is 233, right?
And I have more.
Keep going.
Yeah, I have more because Darren Mitchell was dropped twice in the same test. This time by Harry broke in the slip body. It was early on the morning of day 4 that but yeah, 30 was what Dazzle was dropped on. He ends up scoring 16 runs. So Darren Mitchell scores 44 and 16 on this test time. He could have gone for 2 and 32. And then is that Kafka catch towards the end when it doesn't add too many. That's the only rock catch that was possible. That tally of all these runs that England could have saved via just catching the ball and then perhaps bowling for extras, maybe like 20 instead of 15. Bam! They won the test match.
It was really easy. Just from what you said there, that they put more runs off the ball than they lost by. In the first test match, it was the other way around. New Zealand did it, and New Zealand would have won if they had taken catches, or having seen what we saw today, if Matt Henry was fit the whole day. But so as I'll stop saying it when it stops happening. If you take your catches, you're way more likely to win. And any cricket match, you're way more likely to win. And had England caught well, even though they picked all one team, even though they made loads of mistakes with bat and misrun-outs and comedy fielding decisions and couldn't bowl their good bowlers because they're tired or they're not allowed to play or whatever, they still could have won this game were they able to catch the fundamental easy skills that they should be able. And one of the people who can't catch had a massive pair of gloves on. Why not play around? Why not let Cox improve the Swedish shot? Because he couldn't cope with the test with and they had another guy who all he did in the whole of the IPL was told, and I have seen it, but we're told he came on to Suffield 3 times in the IPL and got 3 catches. That's all he did. That's all he did. You know. So then he comes here and he starts chopping, catching and fielding badly as well. Just give him the gloves for a bit and go, look James, like, you're probably not standing in the right place here. We're leaking loads of pies. Just have a chill out over there. And we're going to let Jordan out the gloves for a couple of hours. Just sit out. Why not? Why not do that? If you're going to pick Baker, which they shouldn't have done, and it's shown on his bowling, he's not very scripted, he shouldn't be one of many choices.
because you can't put them all somewhere. Right? You can't go, we want to have a solid step forward, or we want to have a good midfield, or whatever it is. You can't do it if you change half the team. Like, when are we going to get on to why the 2 people or the 3 people that did all the damage in the first test match weren't allowed to play? You there!
Something seems strange.
I will cut you, samurai!
Yeah. We spoke about it for an hour, right, so we don't need to go into that. But for McCullough to come out today and say, right, the cricket regulator, God knows how much supposed to be, the cricket regulator is taking over a week to advise him. Regulators. Yeah. Great song, by the way. They have spent a whole week coming up with nothing, right? They have done 0 for information. I was very sure someone would have done something, and that was someone none of that. So they basically said they didn't need to do anything. Then they came out and said, well, this is Reynolds himself said, well, actually, it could be that Atkinson didn't really know because he wasn't actually around when he told everyone. I knew it was, and you knew it was. But the team agreed, and Stokes did argue this. I knew there was curves, but I didn't think there was like the day before I found out this, which many people so he didn't know the ball, right? The captain doesn't know the ball, but he himself is meant to know the ball. That was his argument. And the management went, yeah, that's fair enough. It's basically Stokes said, if you say, no, I'm not going to be a captain anymore, I'm off, I'll take my bat and my ball and going forever. And they had twice the people on that team, to be true. They had crisis and teams that were right. We all made mistakes. We're going to give you a not always later, right? We're going to say, sorry, we didn't put balls in properly, that's on us, we'll put balls in next time. We'll call it a blip, we'll forget about it, we lost the test, that looks good on you, use 195 going brilliant, and we'll see you next time. And we'll all make it. Let's go over there and talk about it. Right, so that's all done. Now, what that did is it was absolute pandemonium in camp. Nobody believes a word that these men say anymore forever. And the thing that McCollum and King, particularly, they're the ones that spoke are missing, is that their very words make their own jobs untenable. You cannot still have your job if you're saying the reason why we ban these people now doesn't really matter, and the reason why they didn't know the rules is because we didn't tell them to. And what stops and does, and I think people, well, yeah, Gordon, they don't seem to put their head above the parapet or above yours or have, you know where you want to advertise their head. They don't put them anywhere where we can see them, right? So we don't know what they're saying. But all they've done is confuse, lie, outright lie, that's what they made Harry Potter do, or Harry Potter decided to do himself, for those two things happen. They've got into positions where they're like, well, we've only got one guy that can be captain, and he's the guy that we know is very good at captaining. So that's it, he's definitely got the job, there's no one. And it's like, what do we do with Robinson? He can't play, he's injured, okay, that's fine. What do we do with Joe Smith, who's trying to resurrect his best career and keep going? Well, he can have a what do we do with these two? Well, they can't play. Why? Don't know what we're going to tell everyone. We'll just keep saying words until they stop asking the question. Nobody stops asking the question. Then, when the test match is finished, they're going to be asked the question again, and they go, well, actually, we're just going to put it down as a clear. We didn't tell them really. They didn't really know. They didn't know anyway. Let's all forget about it. It's fine. The regulator, again, how much do those guys get paid? The regulators decided that there was no case of nothing happened. Everyone great, well done. So that's 4 months from everywhere. 4 months from management, 4 months from management, 4 months from we're at the £150 a day, £175 a day. We're meant to £175 a day, £9.30 for a pint. £9.30. Wow! You can't even find a pub in Chelsea to charge you that. Right? Not even the Dortmund. I don't know Chelsea charges it's just a full and complete joke that we are paying expecting to shout out this amount of money and then not getting anywhere near that and then playing the big crowd. Shout out, it must be good. Like, you didn't play really well. Now we're mentioning that is the case. Pretty much not there. And so the rap into the
You have returned. Are your hands eager? Is your heart strong? Are you ready to take on the Kechi Karamitsu?
The mentality or the tactics appear to have changed quite a lot if he's opening the bank. I've been really impressed with him.
Yes, I am ready.
The first test match he got, I spoke about it at the time. He's about as tough as it gets. Basically,
Good. We are all here. Let our war against the Kechi Karamitsu begin.
Really well.
Don't you want to know what happened to your daughter at Mount Hiei? She is just as stubborn as you.
He was doing a bit.
A frog's child is also a frog.
What's Crawley's average balls per person?
A tadpole doesn't look like a frog, but when it grows up...
He's already coming
Never mind. What's the plan?
I spotted some gunpowder barrels in the castle.
I'm very disappointed that he didn't.
You changed your mind about helping you.
Now, setting those barrels on fire should pull Zagaz away from our target.
His tactics,
There is more to warfare than making things go boom, daughter. Heed my lesson. For one thing, the Kechi Karamitsu is protected by a champion swordsman, Kamo Yoshimitsu, a man not without honor.
I look forward to crossing swords with such a formidable warrior.
We must catch Kamo Yoshimitsu alone, away from the Akechi whelp.
I'm more interested in fiery boots.
You sound like my errant, wrong-headed daughter. Fortunately, we need to do both.
I will say to Kamo Yoshimitsu.
Then we will scout those barrels, light them up and create a diversion.
That will leave Akechi Karamitsu vulnerable in the main keep.
Vulnerable and dead.
He's got loads of shots, but Brook can't just stay out there for long. I mean, he's 24 in his first leg, and then 73, 150, chasing 463 runs, and then walking around there, you're like, okay,
And so it begins. Maybe you should lead the way.
I'm just trying to glad you look where he's at currently in his career, and I'm trying to compare early days when
So you get the teams on paper, right? The team sheet they handed out, and you